It's time. I'm doing this from here because I want to do it this way. Oh God. It's gonna be very long. Final chapter. The resolve of Ryunoske Naruhodo. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy. We have made it all the way here. And this is a very different song than normal. The 3rd of November, 9:14 a.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Oh, I forgot that. For that back, hold on. Okay, now I've taken care of everything. This song is really weird. So, time's finally come. You're telling me. Today we unravel everything. Becoming your support more than ever today, Miss Suzuto. Miss Suzuto? Ah! Ah! Not the floor again. Oh no! What's the last one, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm on the floor. What do you think the problem is? Nothing? Just saying that I'll be relying on your support today, but... I'm on the floor. I'm so sorry. Of course, I know I can be rather incompetent at times, but... I shan't let you down. Can you pick me up? Mind helping me to my feet then? Oh dear, I'm really very sorry. This remix of the standard third vert of the Antechamber theme is really good, by the way. It is a jam. Suzuto-san isn't her usual self at all. That's hardly surprising, I suppose. You just found out that her father is the partner of a world-famous detective. Not to mention... good morning, sir. And there's Van Zeeks. Lord Van Zeeks. Thank you for all your efforts yesterday. But did I hear that correctly? What? Oh, no, nothing. Just, I hope we can clear things up today. I can't make this man out. His face says, I hate you. But his words are almost jovial today. In fact, I'm very Reaper-like at all since this all began yesterday. But Van Zeeks isn't a Reaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Suzuto? Good point. The Reaper? I suppose in hindsight, I shouldn't have allowed that misconception to go unchallenged. Huh? It's my tactic acceptance that suited him. My failure to stop the Reaper becoming something more than a mere legend that led to all this. Not to blame at all for that, Lord Van Zeeks. So it became a serious crime at the capital dropped off the server when the public started calling you that. You didn't say anything, isn't it? To be frank, I'm not sure that was the sole reason. What do you mean? It's rumored at the time that the Reaper was really the ghost of my late brother. Is this really the Van Zeke's voice? I think it's dropped. Now, having been slain by the evil killer, Clint's restless spirit returned as some sort of demigod. We had the deadly laid to justice where I, by the dint of law, could not. Yes, we've heard that story too. When I lost him. It's a little more gravelly usually, but I think in this case the gravel is gone. I felt as though I lost my guiding light. I didn't know where to go or what to do. And so, in some small way, I wonder if perhaps his rumors made me feel his absence a little less keenly. Even if I knew it was just an illusion. Perhaps some nonsense conjured up by an over-imaginative public. It was obviously extremely important to you, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Well, what's important now is uncovering the truth. It's all that matters. I know you didn't take anyone's life. And I intend to prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt in court today. I never thought I'd say this, but I can see it in your eyes. That burning desire to cut through all the lies and deception. Can't deny it any longer. You are a lawyer of absolute integrity. Thank you. Now tell me, why do I detect the scent of expressive tea leaves in the air? That would be Iris. Oh, Iris! When did you get here? Oh. But you one of my special blends. He really loves it. He says it helps him clear his head. I thank you. Oh, hee. That's sure the first and last time I'll ever see a sight like this. You're indifferent today, Iris. Oh, sort of subdued, I suppose. I am not! And there you go back. What happened yesterday is obviously still playing on her mind a lot. Clearly very troubled about having stolen that autopsy report from Dr. Sai's laboratory. Alright then, good luck to you both! Can you not bear that gun? Have to make a move now. And you're pointing it at me. Joy. Oh, you're not staying? Thought you want to watch today's proceedings. Well, I'd like to cheer you on, obviously. But I got lots to get ready. Get ready? For what? Oh, yes! Would you like to take this? What? Isn't that one of the little fill dolls that's usually dangling up from your knapsack? Yes, it's a lucky charm. Little Hurley that I made once. Why is he a rabbit? A Hurley? Looks more like a Harley to me. Ryunoske. That pun was awful. For some reason, you completely run out of options in the trial today. And just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can. What? Pull his ears? That's right! It's a way to bring good luck! I think you might need it. I have several questions. You think what we'll need is luck? What a charming little rabbity version of Mr. Sholmes. I suppose this is how Iris sees him. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Your eyes are very to be boring into poor Dell's ears. Oh, sorry, I was just wondering. What do you suppose would happen if I were to tug its ears with all my might right now? Sure that we'll find out when the time is right. To become a proper gentleman, you really must learn stoic patience. I want to know. I just sneaked a peek inside the courtroom. And it seemed very different to normal. Yes, it would seem that a certain someone has decided to pull out all the stops. What does that mean? Very helpful, Van Zeeks. What about Mr. Sholmes, Iris? I don't know. He was out all night and he hadn't come back home by the time I left this morning. Oh, I see. Professor Migatoba out all night too, do you think, Mrs. Hotel? Yes, it would seem so. I telegrammed the hotel this morning. And apparently they didn't come back to their rooms last night at all. They? Father and Judge Chikaku too. That's right, nobody appears to have seen either of them since yesterday. How curious. Counsel for the defense and enough. The court is about to be in session. Please make your way into the courtroom at once. Good luck then, Runo. Good luck, Susie. Yes, thanks, Iris. And you, Mr. Reaper, hope it goes well. Once again, I thank you for the delicious tea. It was very soothing. Oh, I'm so glad. Let's go inside now, Lord Van Zeeks. Lord Van Zeeks has always been the formidable prosecutor I've had to lock horns with in court. Not today. Today I battle with another in pursuit of the truth. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who I trust more than anyone else in the world. Saying what it was that drew me here to Britain all those months ago. Now I know exactly what destiny had in store for me. It's all been leading up to this one day, to this one trial, to this one final reckoning! And now the trial begins. 3rd November, 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. We don't even see the courtroom yet. Where's the judge? Feels even more oppressive here than it did yesterday. Your cold stare is pacing me like knives from all sides today. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, look! Why are you there? Lord Strongheart! Cosmo must have known beforehand. The ramifications of this trial now extend far beyond the murder of one Scotland Yard inspector. In fact, events have come to light that threaten to rock the very foundations of our country's legal system. The escape of a condemned criminal. On the night of his execution, the subsequent unlawful shooting of the man, and the revelation that the prison staff must have been complicit in the jailbreak. Britain is currently hosting influential members of the judiciary from countries all around the world. It's imperative that we uncover the truth in these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. I will agree this will continue to be a closed trial. And one over I, which male Strongheart exercise total and unequivocal authority. The 6th floor jurisdiction, as is the case in yesterday's proceedings, present in the public gallery are the distinguished members of our judiciary, assembled to bear witness to a fair judicial process. In other words, a collection of your acolytes, Lord Strongheart. On a personal note, I found this most distressing, Lord Van Zeeks. You are a prosecutor of exceptional talent. Much like your brother Clint, in fact. Ouch. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. For the trial of Baroque Van Zeeks, whom officially stands accused of murder. Answers for the prosecution and defense. Are you in full readiness to proceed? Defense is ready, my lord. As is the prosecution. Yesterday's proceedings brought to light a shocking and disturbing fact. Aside to the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unknown to his superiors at Scotland Yard. Yes, he was carrying out operations in secret, which Scotland Yard knew nothing about. and in those clandestine operations, Narcopolis. Mr. Daily Vigil will be given the suspect's identification and present himself around the capital in order to establish credible alibis for Gregson. In that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out his regular Scotland Yard work, when in fact, he wasn't. At the end of yesterday's session, Mr. Vigil, who had been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory. He buried his memories at the time deep inside himself as a means of self-preservation. This basically he was engaged as chief warder at Barclay Prison. He admitted to convict's escape. He's currently recuperating at St. Sinas. He's covered enough to give a signed statement about his movements on the day prior to the incident. He admitted to posing as Gregson, whilst investigating the Red-Headed League. Which brings us to the crucial issue of the victim's time of death. He proposed a suggestion that the victim may have been killed one day earlier, based largely on discovery that the victim's pocket watch had not been wound. Shouldn't have something to report on that subject, my lord. Really? Go ahead, Prosecutor Sogi. I was again with the coroner yesterday to discuss the issue. He confirmed that the defense suggestion could not be ruled out. It's highly possible that Inspector Gregson was killed on 31st October, the day before his body was discovered. Here an updated autopsy report, including amended details. The official opinion of the investigation team was made clear yesterday. The time of death was 5 p.m. on 1st November. Attempt to disguise the real time of death, however, that the natural decaying process of the victim's body may have been served by keeping it chilled. That's out of the question. No refrigeration device is not in London large enough to accommodate a human corpse. My lord, more than just conjecture. I didn't support the idea. Let's investigate it thoroughly. Very well. We'll accept the new report as evidence. However, if this updated report is deemed to be accurate, it would give renewed significance to the movements of the victim on the day before the Fresno Street incident. It would, yes, especially since on that day, Victor Gregson was using Mr. Vigil to cover up his real movements. He was killed in the course of his secret activities. Do I sense that prosecution has some information regarding those activities? You all put enormous effort in investigating the precise matter yesterday. Uh-oh. I think we should begin by presenting the results of that investigation work. The prosecution calls the first witness now! Okay then. Gina! State your name and occupation for the court. Inspector Gina Lestrade, reporting. Representative of Scotland Yard. A self-conferred rank, but never mind. Gina, again? What's your problem, Mordo? What's with that Gina? Again? Look, It's meant the world to me. You done more for me than anyone else ever did. I saved you from getting accused of murder. What the hell are you talking about? Oh, Inspector Gregson, you mean? Got me out of the back stump to the East End and took me under his wing. Told me that life can have a purpose. So that's why I'm the best person to be sending here, speaking for him. Oh, Gina. Right, all out of the goodness of Gregson's heart. Not at all that he had his arms twisted from Mr. Sholmes. No. What's relevant to these proceedings is that the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations yesterday has revealed that the victim was carrying out some assignment that the police knew nothing about. Very troubling. That face. What young heart knew. So, Inspector Lestrade. See exactly what it says in that report. Coming right up, sir. And now we get a testimony. Victims' movements. Our yard sections are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. A little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook and there are loads of secret meetings in it. Going to that, the boss is looking into some smuggled good deeds that day. Looks like it was a big job and all. The couples weren't onto it yet. Osmosis. His witnesses what saw the rape at that place too. Smuggled goods? I don't know, do I? Just telling you what is written in the book. Tobacco, tea, spices, medicines. Goods of all sorts of flow into illegal channels from all across the globe. They're disposed of at regular black markets that take place in the capital. The police are rarely able to locate them in time. Ferguson was investigating one of those black markets. It's been suggested that hiring government officials may be involved in black market activity. Ferguson was trying to avoid details of his investigations being linked to involved parties. Explained by he was operating on his own authority, without Yard's knowledge. And we know where the dealings were taking place at this time. Rumor of certain exists of London Gentlemen's Club, and on the day in question, the accused is known to have been there. We should have Scotland Yard's investigation into the matter. That can't be! Anything about any of this. Club would have testified to it. No question. The accused, Berkman Zeeks, was present. That would be a very significant testimony then. I might. You made no mention to this at all. Sure. Zeeks had an opportunity to murder the victim. Well then, counsel for the defense, begin your cross-examination. Press everything first and foremost. Because I need that dang thing right this instant. Hold it! So, you follow orders, do you, Yana? Nah, not me. I'm above all that, see? Sure you are. Oh. My boss always had special orders to me. Grab some fish and chips, or go and get Toby's crab. That kind of thing. So Aaron's more than orders then. Just an apprentice after all. Yeah, well, this apprentice ain't going to sit around and wait to be told what to do, even by the boss. Been doing my own investigations into what happened. Didn't find much at first. Hold it! It went through Inspector Gregson's things. Yup, it's part of the independent Lestrade investigation. I'm sure your superiors would be delighted that you're taking the initiative. Look into his office, but no one else is about. Because if anyone at the yard had seen me going in there, they'd have told me straight out onto the street. Sounding less and less like an investigation and more like something else. Execution understands that it was this very detective who discovered in the notebook. You got that right! Never gets past Inspector Lestrade and Trusty Assistant Chief Inspector Tony! Hidden in one of the desk drawers I had a full spot on. That's impressive. I hide myself where nobody could find me, so I could have a butcher's hat. Well, was written in it. If anyone at the yard had found me out, they'd have tossed me straight out into the street. No, though, ain't it? No, what for me, it would have never been found. Hold it! Do you have any idea where those ceilings were taking place? Yup. It's all there in the boss's notes. Let's see if I can remember. Said the real deals are due to take place at Gentlemen's Club. Yes, I remember. Still being to find out the name of the club. That won't be necessary. What? People that the club might be used again by the smugglers in the future. Therefore, prosecution has been asked not to reveal the name of these proceedings. What the fuss is about? It's right here. All I've got to do is read it out. And I could too. I've got this reading game buttoned up by now. Can't I show what I can do? Well, what's he on? Hasn't signaled his objection yet. I could try to find out. What should I do? Well, I'm gonna insist. This is a closed court. Things are confidential. There shouldn't be any possibility of the information being leaked. As I explained, there's some possibility of politicians being involved in this affair. It's rightfully exercising caution, I imagine. No, my lord. Prosecution has no objection. Get wrecked, Strong. Stronger just immediately goes, you absolute dick. Kazuma? Question that Inspector Gregson was looking into these black market dealings. However, it had been established that he was on that particular trail in the day in question. This requires to know the club's name. The prosecution has no intention of being obstructive. Right then. Show off your reading skills. The grouse, eh?
Hold it!
The grouse. What sort of club is that? Hold on. I ain't got the foggiest. Clubs ain't exactly my thing. But I am kinda curious. Not places where foreign students like you would readily be admitted. You look in the mirror recently. I'll tell you what, Chief Secretary could go in undercover. Thanks, but no thanks. Could you, though, pick out a few good marks? See what else I could find out while I was in there. I really don't think you should go picking out anything. Why, that's where these black market dealings are going to take place, is it? Yeah, it's gotta be. That's what the lower-ranked detectives at the Odd beckon. Just even lower-ranked detective. I'd expect the Greeks to come to find out about it, in that case. That's the question, ain't it? I'm just an apprentice, so... why didn't he inform Scotland Yard of his findings? Yeah, that's what I was asking myself. Well, you know, I'm just an apprentice. It suits you, yes. Well, the point is, something went on in that club, no question. Can't say that for certain, though, surely. Six is at the club? He was. I just visited the club yesterday to make inquiries, so confirmed that. Before having seen the accused being admitted to the room in question as a guest. Looks like there's no disputing that. He was there then. Well, we know that Lord Van Zeeks is investigating Inspector Gregson, don't we? As he had already discovered the Inspector's secret notebook. Fled into the club, you mean? Maybe. But then there are also eyewitnesses who can testify that Gregson was there? None have been identified at this time, no. The all-important victim wasn't seen at this mysterious club. Oi! Weren't you asking Inspector Lestrade here, eh? Well, that's all I've got to work with. He's not holding back with that ice-cold stare of hers, is she? What to make of all this? He's told us that he was investigating Inspector Gregson. Once mentioned that he met the inspector the day before the incident. You don't think Lord Van Zeeks could have been lying to us, do you? Not the only way to explain this. Oh! If everything Lord Van Zeeks has told us is true, must be a mistake in his testimony somewhere. You mean, there are details we've yet to uncover? Exactly. Clue, perhaps, that even Gina hasn't noticed. Should be looking for here. Let's see. No. I'm looking real hard here. Where's here? Right there. Look. Here. So. Line straight.
Hold it!
Did I not get that notebook? The grouse. Do I have literally anything that proves that no? Outside of where the hell he was found.
Hold it!
I've already checked that it's Gregson's. Oh! SS Grouse. The SS Grouse's deaths. Ah, that's about the Professor Mikoto and Joji Kokukum from Japan, isn't it? It's been almost years since... So that's my clue. Okay, so, Gina. I'm gonna have to make you hold my objection in a second. Because I figured out what my objection is. It ain't a gentleman's club, believe it or not. The Grouse is a steamship. So hold my objection. Hold this objection. What about these clubs that exist here in Britain? As I understand it, they're places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues. Imagine for a second that a folk suit like you would be admitted. Seriously, is your mirror cracked or something? We know for sure that the contraband dealings were definitely happening at a club called The Grouse. The police are currently looking for evidence, but haven't found anything definitive yet. And I'm sorry to say that they probably won't. What do you mean by that? I mean, that the police inspector Gregson was secretly going to visit on 31st October. May not have been a gentleman's club at all. You're showing a very irrelevant attitude towards our country's police force there, Counsel. It wasn't a gentleman's club. Then what was it? A steamship. You think it's a ship? I have the evidence to prove it. Here. Let me see that. Dark City young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. The other side, my lord. Be more specific next time. Ah, this would appear to show view ticket for passage upon a steamship, yes. Yes, that's Grouse.
Objection!
Steamship named the Grouse, that happens to share a name with the club. And I'm afraid to say, there's a flaw in your logic there. How? The ticket. Notice the date of arrival in port. Port of Dover on 1st of November. Ah. Like a gunshot was heard on Fresno Street. Words. Here, 31st October. Some clandestine mission. Dr. Bristol. It's only making an undercover investigation. Somewhat challenged.
Objection!
Reach Britain was investigating the SS Grouse on the day in question. Show me evidence for that assertion. Very well. Case, counsel for the defense. Present your evidence to the court now. Citizens claim that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on 31st October. Oh! He had a reason to investigate it, now didn't he? A very good reason to investigate the Grouse. His passport. What's this? A passport for travel issued to the victim. For the 1st October. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that just one day before the inspector's body was discovered, there's a distinct possibility he wasn't even in the country. Order! Order! It's for passage to France. This appears to have been officially authorized. Grouse arrived at Dover docked on the northern coast of France for a night. According to my father, who was on board, reported Dunkirk. Dunkirk, France. Taking the victim there. Impressed, Ryunoske and Naruhodo. I expect you to get your hands on that passport. What? You knew about this? Oh, great. Strategy for the trial has been laid down by the Crown Prosecution Office. The night before the incident, the victim was investigating contraband dealings at the London club. Stunt-Yard's investigations, and the line of prosecution has been asked to follow. Personally, I don't agree. The prosecutor's office is trying to hide something. What? Now that you've expertly disproven their assertion, I intend to reveal what I believe that something to be. What are you playing at, Prosecutor Sophie? It's a forum for the truth, my lord. Which is why it's my duty to present all the facts, without exception. Let me guess. This is your intention from the outset, wasn't it? Inspector Grayson secretly made his way to the steamship docked in France on the day in question was to carry out a mission for the Reaper. The Reaper? Order! Order! What on earth are you saying, Counsel? Made an assertion in court yesterday. Mr. Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. So I'm sure everyone can imagine the Reaper's hand. In reality, the truth is the opposite of that. What? He wasn't investigating the Reaper at all. He was in fact acting for the Reaper. So you're saying the mission he was undertaking was obviously an assassination. Bernard von Zieks never carried out any of the actual killings. Reaper's victims lost their lives. He always had a caster and an alibi. It tells us they must have had an accomplice. And you claim that was Inspector Gregson? Well, what the hell do you think you're saying, eh? My boss would never have done nothing like that. And yet, when you consider all the facts, it all makes perfect sense. No, it can't be. Let's arrive at the same conclusion, didn't we? Inspector Gregson was operating as the Reaper. Even so, there's no way that the person giving him his orders was Lord Van Zieks. The true Reaper is somebody else. Zieks is not the Reaper. A predictable response from someone who's advocating for the man. It's true that Gregson was operating as an agent of the Reaper. That he went aboard the SS Gruesome in assassination doesn't follow at all. Oh, some solid reason for doubting your assertion. Do you, Counsel? Absolutely. Simple. Question. Killed aboard that steamship. If you could burn that very ship, somebody had been assassinated. Certainly would have heard about it. What's so funny? You're right, of course. No suspicious test report on board the ship. I think perhaps you've missed the point. Precisely why. Himself lost his life. What? Gordius is stressed at night. The intention of dispatching his mark should ended in failure. Failure? The defense hasn't yet grasped a very important detail here. What are you talking about? What detail? The journalist Gerard. Eh? What? This notebook that you read an excerpt from earlier. That doesn't contain details of secret investigations at all. 7 years of assassination plots to be carried out by the Reaper of the Bailey. You're lying! This is what got taken out at it coming. The boss, what the Reaper? Margina. No question that Tobias Gregson was heavily involved in the Reaper's activities. Just being an apprentice, but if you spent any time at Scotland Yard, you must have heard rumors. Nothing! I don't believe a word of it! You can testify again, as representative of Scotland Yard. Right, your chance to defend your boss. I don't... I concur. The witness will give a new formal testimony. Mr. Stott, you'll tell the court everything you know about Inspector Regan's secret notebook. Case is getting complicated already. Oh boy. Yeah, this notebook does have a load of stuff about what the Reaper got up to in those past 10 years. It's victims, dates, and places and stuff. The last entry in there was 31st October. We blasted the place on that date in the name of the mark. Note about him being a criminal but got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or something. No! You're not saying that the real professor got truly away? But notice, the boss didn't do none of it. He's just investigating the Reaper, that's all. Keep personal opinion out of your testimony, witness. You require only established fact here. This must be so hard for her. Can't deny it now, should he, Ryunoske Naruhodo? What can't I deny? Contain the name of the final mark, and the location where the assassination would take place. The victim could only have known if he was working with the Reaper. So, who is to be this final mark? Go ahead, Inspector Lestrade. Read the name for the court. That's written alongside the entry that mentions the Grassland 31st October. Eh? Oh, how do you read this then? Reading's still not her strong suit. The problem, alright, Odo? It's a funny name. It ain't English. It's hard to read. So it's someone from overseas? Let me have a bash at it. Sarashiro. Is it? Yeah, Sarashiro. Chikaku, maybe? What? It can't be. Sarashiro Chikaku. But that's Judge Chikaku. Sarashiro Chikaku. Certainly not an English name, right? That can't be right. I know Judge Chikaku. And I saw him the day before yesterday, here in London. It's like the man hasn't been assassinated. As I said, the Reaper failed. Oh. That's Kismark, in return to British shores. I'll tolerate the mistake. But the Inspector, personally, was being accused. Paraponzies! It's an undeniably logical argument. Kazuma, you tried to go this way all along, didn't you?
Hold it!
Is it Pansies? Boo! Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollow chalice while I stand accused of murder. Lord Van Zeeks? The right to speak uninvited in court. You will return to the dock. I say nothing of whether or not I'm the Reaper. That's the task of this court to decide. There's one thing I can say unequivocally. Shatter, that girl's no detective. Eh? What? No, that's right. I ain't. I'm an inspector. Repeating rumors heard around the yard. Reading entries from a notebook of unconfirmed origin. That's not testimony. It's practically a script. Not that the rest of the trial will go exactly as clearly planned. Your hatred of me is understandable. In your mind, I'm sure I am the Reaper. You sent your father to the gallows all those years ago. You're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself. By it, to have me condemned with this feeble excuse for testimony. What did you say? Sir Naruhodo, this is our chance. Lord, this request defendant be allowed to speak. May be privy to important information relating to testimony just given to the witness by the witness. Very well. Request. Defendant may remain in the witness stand for cross-examination. Then allow me to toast the court's impartiality. Don't raise your glass in my direction, sir. Begin the cross-examination. Thank you. What's my lord? A pursue? What you're saying is I get a pursue opportunity on Van Zeeks.
Hold it!
In other words, it shows that Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper. Not you at all. Not the only expedition, is it? He could have been investigating the Reaper in secret. That notebook said what he found. Oh. If I may. When people began referring to me as the Reaper, I didn't object. Believe the power to intimidate one's criminal classes into compliance with the law to be beneficial. Without your own investigations and destroyed any of the Reaper, didn't you? Yes, and those investigations proved conclusively. Our Gregson was one arm of the Reaper. What arm? What are you on about? The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. No way one person could have taken them on alone. The Reaper is an organization. With you at its head! That spies of the Arcane abreast Gregson's movements. They may know when he was elsewhere. Recent entry in his book. New location. You know it said grouse. Believing it to be a reference to the gentleman's club, and there on the day in question to investigate. Alone. Ah, so that explains why someone else at the club claims to have seen you there. Of course, the investigator was not there. At the time, he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France. Found the victim's metal trunk. Well then, contents of this notebook. Fine. Naruhodo seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago. Oh, no, it's alright. Overthinking this, aren't I?
Hold it!
Names of victims, dates, places, and stuff. What in particular? Well, besides victims' names, this other name kept cropping up. What other name was that? It's the one I told you yesterday. The same name, written over and over again. You mean Assassin? Yeah, that's the one. She's a friend of yours, Summit, isn't she? You even listening yesterday? Assassin. The assassin. What? Like a killer, you mean? It was the tactician, the one who came up with the plan of attack. He investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable, and to who used to get at them. The person actually executing his plans is someone else, you're saying? That's true. The Reaper doesn't eat us. Like an organized group of vigilantes. Ah! Perhaps it's still in the passport document. We got plans because one additional person to travel. That additional person had been the assassin. To take Shirashiro Chikoku's life. Gina, can you confirm that? It's the final entry that lists the grass and Shirashiro Chikoku. It was written. Oh, wow. That's the only entry that didn't have a name next to it, as it happens. What? It just had like a question mark or something there, I think. In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case. But, so he was making the plans, was he not? Oh, how infuriating. This assassin.
Hold it!
You're saying that the mark listed was Shirashiro Chikoku. That's what I said! Funny name, if you ask me. But your name is odd. Pleased to have lost my crown there. Flying Judge Japan Supreme Court Adjudicator. Now I remember the man. He came from our country as a visiting student 16 years ago. International law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Shangha. That bearded young fellow is a very able man, I must say. Strongheart and Judge Chika. Strongheart and frickin' Van Zeeks have become one voice at this point. So Lord Shunkert was Judge TGAAC's mentor. Interesting. If I'm not mistaken, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now. I think Strongheart's voice was different at one point, and now I'm confused. 10 years ago, after that fateful case. Precisely. Oh, the Ashburn Professor case, this reparation was organized immediately. Mystery why such a mountain would be listed in the inspector's notebook. I didn't think it was possible. The mood in here has got even worse now. Maybe I'll just keep talking. Gina's been like one of the few voices that's been kept the same. But that's because Gina's voice is rarely easy.
Hold it!
What do you mean a criminal? Judge TGAAC is no criminal. Well, don't ask me, I don't know nothing about it. Oh, do you remember what Father told us? Coco did once appear in court here in Britain. It's related to the Professor case, I'm sure. Yes, of course. Right. Sure was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt. So he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. Some contemptuous word about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Whoops. It's a pitiful situation, yes. Forgotten all about it. But I prosecuted that trial too, as it happens. Why the frick did you prosecute that trial, Van Zeeks? You're an idiot. You did? To be an adjunct to the professor proceedings, you see. And he was acquitted after being told to make reparation for the damage caused to the stand. And there you have it. Have what? Even Van Zeeks is confused. Sure, the accused hasn't forgotten his own rule. There's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court, guilty or innocent alike. Kazumo. You're an idiot. What? No! Are you suggesting that the reason Judge TGAAC was targeted for assassination? Sent back to Japan immediately after that trial. Reaper had no time to do his work. But then, 10 years later, the mark returns to Britain once more. Now you start to see just how vindictive the Reaper is. Come on, that's absurd! To take someone's life for that! Pronounce the Reaper absurd? Killing just has been found innocent? The rules by which the man operates are beyond the same person's comprehension! Objection. Shut the hell up. You are talking out of your ass. But... Right, I've had just enough of this. Gina? All this nonsense about the boss planning to kill people. It's cumbless. Come on, Dodo. Yes? Why ain't you saying nothing? Why ain't you yelling out objection or something? What? Gotta find a flaw. You do usually. Someone's lying here. No question. Gotta work out who it is. Please. The boss. That outburst is an insult to the court and to your own testimony. It's known that a common pickpocket from the back slums couldn't make a detective. It's over. You will forfeit your warrant card, Mrs. Strahd. Is that clear? Bloody lies every beam place you look in this world, innit? But I've had enough! Gina. Nor have I. That little speech of Gina's. I've made up my mind. To do what, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm pointing this cross-examination. Something that was said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd. Oh, do you mean... Not going to let Gina's plea for help. Fall on deaf ears.
Hold it!
Want to thank you, Gina. You helped me find my resolve. Eh? What do you mean? Everything we've heard during this cross-examination. There's one thing that defies explanation. One inconsistency. What? An inconsistency? Ryunoske? Don't quite know what it means yet, but... Yes, there's an inconsistency in something that was said by... Hold on, let me read. Damn it. History doesn't go back far enough. I know it was the stupid frickin' box. He brought it with him. Am I supposed to say... I think I'm supposed to say Gina in this instance. I'm certain I'm supposed to say Gina.
Take that!
Of course, by you, Gina. Of course? What's that supposed to mean, eh? Gina, is it Naruhodo? Isn't giving testimony here. Oh, I'm bad. That's just bad. This... Oh, the game just let me continue on. What am I doing? I have no idea what I'm doing. Maybe the evidence you're obviously about to show the court will clarify. Some evidence to substantiate its claim. Evidence. This is alleged inconsistency related. Okay. Okay, I'm continuing with my point. Like... I don't know what I've done. I'm gonna not lie. What the hell did I do to get here? It was a 50-50 between Van Zeeks or Gina. And I guessed right? Question mark? Look, the point is one of them said something about this stupid box. I don't know who. I wasn't paying attention. This whole point is about this stupid trunk.
Take that!
This... What? It is? Fruits. Oh. Nope. That's a penalty. Be a lesson. I know what the inconsistency is. I just didn't remember who told it. 6 birds. More says to Reaper, you man. For Cosmo intends to eliminate any short doubt that the man is guilty. The person he considers to be his father's killer, after all. Won't go in our favor. I'm not reading again, sorry. Alright, let's go through this again.
Hold it!
Blah blah. Actually, did I lose that? That I'm thinking. Someone somewhere said something about this stupid box. The trunk. Oh. Kazuma? Oh, Kazuma. You're the one who told me this? Oh, Kazuma, you're an idiot. The passport was in the trunk, right? Nobody disturbed that dang trunk until this point. Alright, am I thinking badly? What am I doing? Because he seems to react to something there.
Hold it!
You press through all of these and find what I'm looking for. Why do I not have this dang... dang frickin' notebook? This would be so much easier if I had it.
Hold it!
Oh, I have all my... I do actually have all of my things. That was interesting. What am I doing? Okay. This inconsistency is unnoticeable.
Hold it!
Alright, let's... go through this one, maybe. I'll take a hint in a bit if I can't dink. Dink hard enough. Sometimes my brain just fails at the video game. Well, there is another inconsistency. There's two, I think. Kazuma, you're an idiot because there's one person in this courtroom who's literal exact proof of the opposite of what you're saying. If the Reaper takes literally everybody, then what the hell's Gina doing in this courtroom? I have nothing I can use to do that with. That would... There is nothing. That was... That's not really an objection or anything. That's just me pointing out that... no. Gina is in fact built different. Or also, in this instance, that is also technically an inconsistency. Gotta be here in this first segment, and I'm not looking far enough. Yeah, once she became the Gregson's apprentice, I don't think she was safe from the Reaper, because Gregson couldn't really do anything. I thank you for not trying to, like, spoil me. I want to solve this case on my own. And because this is one of the best cases in the game, this is the best case in this game, you know. But, I do appreciate a tiny hint. Because, like, my brain is not seeing it. Oh, but... Am I... Oh, right, he was going out for police business. We've been doing this all wrong. I'm so stupid. Now, who is it that exactly told me? Okay, now, where is it that I'm being yelled at for this? For the Reaper? Read. Well, it's technically Van Zeek's, I guess. Okay, I think I know what I need to do.
Hold it!
I think I know what I need to do. Van Zeek's, I really thank you for making this. I made this way harder on myself. I forgot. I literally forgot that his damn passport included the entire reason he was going to Dunkirk in the first place. It also includes when he was going anyways. Well, within 1 week, but that's not really the same. In fact, this is the passport that would have taken him and Gina to France in the first place. So none of this Reaper business. That frickin' Van Zeek's is on about.
Take that!
Oh, you, Lord Van Zeek's. What? Your face is turned to ashen. How can we know? Is that what you're thinking? My face is turned ashen. It's because I'm thinking. How could he? Well... Okay.
Take that!
Present as evidence. No choice. I'm stupid. It's a mistake. Draw. Alright. I'm really bad. It doesn't hold that against you. Frost. Well, somebody told me about that. Trick me, I suppose. Brain hasn't had a thought line. I figured it out. For real this time.
Hold it!
I don't know why I'm giving infinite goes at this statement. But I get to do it. Do it infinite amounts of times, so I don't question my ability to do this. Like, it flashes in but whatever, I don't care. Okay, because I get up, and my brain immediately recognizes, wait a minute, Asogi Kazuma was the one who told me all of this. By you, Kazuma Asogi. The music has stopped. My brain recognized where I'm supposed to do this. Some attempt at filibustering, Council. Prosecutor Sugi has given no testimony. What are you suggesting? I said that was inconsistent. Let something slip that you shouldn't have. Relevant piece of evidence. Imagine you'll realize what you've done. Well then, Council. Go ahead. Go ahead. Evidence reveals this alleged inconsistency. Something Prosecutor Sugi has said. Here, take the passport. So, initial impressions were correct. That's nonsense. No. Bother. Really? Oh, family's sake. Hodo I knew was dead. Ren. Tend to point out, Mr. Naruhodo, was when Kazuma said, "Oh." Session that you're not going to let this go. For family's sake. I made a mistake, that's all. What are you suggesting? I said that was inconsistent. Something slip. Blah 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 blah. I'll eat that L.
Take that!
This is a trunk that belonged to Inspector Gregson. Construction, is it? Certainly very heavy. What's this? A bloodstain? A relatively fresh one, too. What? You mean by that increased multiple suspicion ships? Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk. That the victim was traveling with that luggage when he was killed. That can't be. No much of any truck in Scotland Yard's report. Yes, there is no reason for that. The inspector's body was discovered. One of the street peddlers made off with the trunk, hoping to sell it. But I found it! Me! The nose of trouble! Which means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, we're talking about somebody who was present when the victim was killed. And yet, during the cross-examination of the witness just now, you said this, Kazuma. Oh. 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 You shouldn't have known that it came from the damn box in the first place. I'm very blind. I forgot it came from the box. box. How the flying hell did I forget it came from the box? That is entirely on me. Look, you guys are here for me to play the game, not for anybody else to play the game. The time he was making his way to the steamship docked in the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport in the victim's metal trunk. The question is, how did you know about the inspector's trunk? You know the man went on a trip to France. Could have put his passport.
Objection!
Nope, not holding. He knows a metal trunk. Answer me honestly, Kazuma. 31st of October. Where exactly were you? At the port of Dunkirk, on board the SS Grouse. Is that the answer you're looking for, Ryunoske? Kazuma, what did you... Considered the possibility before, but Kazuma was there on the ship then. Can only have been for one purpose. Oh no, Mr. Naruhodo. Surely you don't think... Come on, Ryunoske. You know the rules. The only thing that really talks in the program is hard evidence. And it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled. Sans, you've proved nothing. Kazuma. Are you challenging me to prove it? Beyond all reasonable doubt? You were there that day. Same place as the inspector. He was there? With Gregson. Who you've overlooked. A secret that trunk can tell us. Can be sure at this point. And to verify it. I have a nasty feeling that I'm gonna be right. Well... if we open the trunk, I've been wondering what this is since I've seen it. So I'm gonna point that out. Decision being made is deeply disturbing. Let's test it. Identify for the court where in the trunk is alleged clues to be found. Okay. Yup. Point for the ties prosecutor circuit to Inspector Gregson. Well, it's either that or, you know. Passport is for the day before Gregson's body was found. Trip to France. It says, permission for the applicant among other additional person to travel. I believe it was you, Kazuma. Anything else I'm missing? Well, what is interesting at the very least. If this gives me an L, I'll eat it. Zero proof. C would be more helpful. What? Ow. Eat that L. With accusation. That was a rather long-winded way of telling you that you're wrong, Mr. Naruhodo. So I'm on their way to this penalty, counsel. Let's see it. Hoping never to let that happen, funnily enough. Okay, I'll do it. I ate the L. L for the thing that was slightly more obvious. This because the metal fragment is like nothing.
Got it!
There's a small piece of metal lodged in the wall. Like, this proves nothing, by the way. Tip here, trunk here, like the tip of a blade. Eh? A blade? Kazuma, sling around your waist as ever today. It's the same blade, Karuma. Of course it is. Won't you draw it? Here in this courtroom. For all to see. Exercise caution, my learned friend. That man is the Sunderland's most notorious killer. Bailiff! Secure this circuit like a hawk. It won't be necessary. Oh no! The tip is broken. A fragment of metal from the trunk fits together with the end of the sword. The question of who was there with Inspector Gregson will be answered. Yeah, I just ate that out. Read, Kazuma Sogi! It's really done, Ryunoske. That's a point to you, and well deserved. Poor Prosecutor Sogi. Yes, on 31st October, I accompany Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk. Carry out a mission. Additional person authorized to travel. Wasn't me. Was? Assassination of the Mark. What? What? Excuse me? I have several questions. Most of which are variations of the word what repeated several times over. You mean you're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? Following the Reaper's orders to dispatch Judge Shikaku? Let me make one thing perfectly clear. Killed no one. Explain. The assassination mission. Yes, accompany Gregson to Dunkirk. Attention to carrying out the plan. We're never going to do it. We can believe Kazuma-sama, I'm sure. After all, Judge Shikaku arrived safely in London the following day. Aboard a train from London with Inspector Gregson. We traveled to Dover, from where we crossed the channel to Dunkirk. Here's the scraps made to cabin deck, as indicated in the plan. Also, insert joke about cutting salary to detectives in the rest of the series here. You went to Judge Shikaku's cabin? Exactly. Isn't that all? Decide to wait, but you already told us you had no intention of going through with it anyway. Come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. Gregson disembarked the ship. Night at a boarding house in town, returning the following morning. House in Dunkirk? I mean, a register book. It would be simple enough to verify. What became of Shikaku? Gregson was no assassin. The mark was spared. Not to imagine what happened after that. As well, having failed to complete the mission, we put in that room on Fresno Street to report the failure. Feared master to pull the trigger. And it is wretched agent's life. The real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder.
Objection!
You did nothing as you claim. How did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in the inspector's trunk? Nice. You to answer that. Was killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of Japanese blade is relevant to the case. Anyway, I choose to exercise my right to silence on that matter. May the court will sequester the sword as evidence. Hey, Karuma. As you wish, my lord. We need action now. Yoink. Give me that. Karima, the great blade. Such a thing in beauty. I want to gaze on it for hours. The tip of the great sword. Broken. Such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared over for over the years. Your Karima sobs. Karima must have really taken a swing for that to happen. If only I could dig out this stupid metal fragment to test it, personally. Ryunoske, you really need to... With Karima. So this is how it was broken. Karima's swordsmanship is second to none. Can't believe you'd misjudge it like that. He was in his right mind. He didn't have full control to power in his stroke. Check my malicious thoughts, perhaps. Well, that wouldn't be surprising. Well, it was on an assassination mission. I've seen this huge gash... But if Sarah Ryunoske remains unharmed. What? Remains unharmed? That great. First priority. It's only come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday. How did you... Dignitary invited to Great Britain goes missing for 24 hours. It's only natural that the question of his safety should arise. You don't mean to say... Do you think Ryunoske may have been killed? An assassin at his disposal. And he has the power and influence to give orders from the inside of a prison cell. That right, Lord Van Zeeks? Where'd you get another chalice from? If I were treated me bad, I'd be able to tell you. Order! Order, Nicole! Order! You will take an emergency recess for 30 minutes. Thank you. Now! Maintain regular contact with the organizer's office. Can be located within half an hour. We will have to assume the worst. Oh no! Not you, Judge Shikaku! No one would want to kill harmed Japanese men, and would have only just arrived in the country. Except, that is, for the Reaper. Wanting to finish off Magnus through the net 10 years ago. Oh, I'm ready for what is coming. I would have to agree. This is Naruhodo, for the defense's sake. My lord? I hope we are successful. If we are unable to confirm Mr. Chikaku's health existence in the next 20 minutes, we face grave difficulties. Court is adjourned for 30 minutes. Kazuma-sama, the Reaper's assassin. Feels though I'm in a nightmare. Hardly believe it either. On the other hand, Kazuma isn't in the habit of making up stories. I have such a terrible sense of foreboding. Being awful has happened to Judge Chikaku. And I feel... well, things will only spiral further and further out of control. Oh. 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 Is that where things are going? My brain suddenly saw it and was like, now that doesn't make sense. We'll keep going. I felt it from the moment I stepped into the courthouse this morning. That strange sensation that we were careering towards a foregone conclusion. Well, in the worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. Fortunately, though, I don't think there's anything we can do but wait now. We're out of options. Hey! Ryunoske. Because now, with the evidence we have on display, Kurumazuma has ended up in the box. There has to have been a reason. I definitely think that at some point, Asogi attacked Gregson. I have no idea how and/or why, or even if he killed Gregson during that. Gregson was killed by a gun. Asogi doesn't use a gun. Plain and simple. He would have slashed him apart like a proper Japanese man. So, for now, he seems more likely than anybody else. So there may be one last hand we can play. Or rather, one last ear. Of course! The little Mr. Shumsall that Iris gave us. If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little hurry's ears as hard as you possibly can. So now's the time. What should I do? Pull her ears or not? Yank! Yank them, damn you! Here goes then. I'm gonna do it. Good luck, Mr. Naruhodo. Looking back. Heave! Ow! That's great. Sounds like Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes? Where are you? Here, my dear fellow. Here! It's a felt doll talking. Well, here's again, Mr. Naruhodo. As hard as you can. Right then, I'll put all my strength into it. Heave! Ow! Please, my dear fellows. You don't need to pull my ear off. Sir Sholmes, where are you? Herlock Sholmes! As Mr. Natsume would put it. Myself and my trusty partner are presently in the first-class cabin area of the SS Grouse. Sholmes, I hate to point this out, that's clearly a reused asset from the SS Buria. The SS Grouse? Shipped over last night, after the final pieces of cargo were loaded. Only Dr. Dunkirk, but due to be underway again in half an hour. You've taken a ship to France! Please, even with my athletic prowess, I'd struggle to jump you straight to Dover. A bigotry last night, by cab to the station and by train to the port. I ought to board this vessel in time. So, you mean, you already worked it out? The steamship was where everything really took place. Mr. Naruhodo, pray, what is my name? Herlock Sholmes, world famous great detective. Science of perfection. Well done. Your genius, Mr. Sholmes. That's the only word for it. Ow, 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 ow! Miss Scissortail, gently with the geniuses here, please. Oh my, I'm ever so sorry. If I may, Sholmes? Ah, there you are, Mikotoba. It's in fact I who made the connection to the SS Grouse. Yep, classic Sholmes for ya. You know, yesterday when we examined that notebook and I recalled my steamship ticket. Of course it was, my dear fellow. So I convert that fact. Really had our word-bound compatriots out of my name. Yes, you did, didn't you? Recess. The trial resumes in 30 minutes from now. If we're unable to present any new leads, then I'm afraid to say. Not fret, please. It's for precisely that purpose that my father and I made this journey. News for you within the half hour. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That would be wonderful. Until later, then. Yes, you'll be hearing from us if you're not in touch first. Ow, 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 ow. Anything, you keep tucking my ear in that. Find this fashion. Make a receiver operated in that way in the first place, Sholmes. Why did this what I know? It's I's invention, not mine. That animation is hilarious, by the way. How much you enjoy being the hero of our Sholmes. You're about half that now before the grass puts to sea again. If this glistens rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Naples before long. Our time, Mikotoba. You make a surprising amount of sense. So, let's begin! Cabin number 2. Yes, this is the one. I don't believe in investigation in the cabin. Be a plain sailor. You are also a reused asset. I am not angrily Russian man. No, I am angrily Russian man pretending to be, how you say, French. Oui, oui. This is my Russian accent. It is somewhat poor. Why are you loitering here? Who are you? Actually, I think it is actually him. My dear fellow, do you not recognize the world-famous great detective when you see one? The question really ought to be, who are you? Do you not recognize one traveling great sailor? Diction Stroganoff when you see one. When you see. Well, it is actually Stroganoff. Your hair has changed color, Stroganoff. Great detective? Ha! I don't think so. You see that, Mikotoba? Appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine. Goodness me! Is that a tattoo? That says Sholmes? This adoration is flattering. Naturally, it does leave me a little cold. What are you talking about? Leave! No! Not distressing. My loyal devotee knows me by name and not by appearance. And yet I already know a great deal about you, sir. A brother, I believe. Yourself. He's a shipman. Sir, clerk. Oh, you're the other Stroganoff's brother. We're traveling the world aboard a Russian steamship, in fact. How could you know this? Elementary, my dear Mikotoba. Sure it was. Also, it's really weird putting as Mikotoba all of a sudden. Bound for London aboard the ship, you see. Looking for one of my fellow passengers, made by the name of Jikaku. There is no one with this name on board. We know that he purchased a ticket for passage. We know he purchased a ticket for passage. I'm just giving Mikotoba my normal voice because I'm playing as him. Oh, you mean Eastern Man? He does ship 2 hours ago. Here at Dunkirk, he said something about emergency, I think. What? Are you sure? Realized that we're after him, has he? Behind you. If you'd like to investigate, please. No! I have orders not to let even mouse inside. Let me guess. A speckled band? Mikotoba, be a good man and draw the sailor's attention away, would you? Some excuse for leaves here. Doesn't great detectives see that even sailors have ears, both left and right? Curses! The plan is ruined! Sholmes, what did you think would happen? You're an idiot. Only yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Sholmes. Forget it. Cabin door is locked. Even if I am not here, you cannot get inside. Mikotoba, sure you haven't forgot my special talent, have you? Opening any lock? Give me 5 seconds. If you'd be so kind as to inform me the time, old friend. No typical accommodating matter. Typically an appealing request, old friend. Not barely said it for 5 seconds, do I? Come on, so. Get into this afoot. Good mousetrap, I think. Perhaps I could distract crewmen's attention with us somehow. Choo-choo! That sounds like Big Mouse and Top. Choo-choo! The big bucket of water later and put out the misery. I don't like the sound of that. Therefore, that was quite unconvincing. These mouths make a chew sound. Is that why Pikachu is Pikachu? Really, Shums? Pray tell, what sound do Russian mice make? Beep beep! Naturally. Though also quite unconvincing, I'm readily admit. So go ahead, Mikatova. Do a pee-pee this time. Sholmes, you just asked me to become Pikachu. No thank you. I'm sure I can come up with an alternative solution. Ah, the switch for the electrical lights. If I had to turn off the lights, the crewmen wouldn't be able to see what we're doing. Ah! What is happening? Where is light? Mushrooms now! Fud, fub. Click. Nobody da. That was close, Shave. Something so violently and apparently empty corridor. Be quiet, Shams. Of another approach. Way back to the deck. Certainly can't give up on this now. There's the cabin, and yet its door is completely unguarded. Undo as well. Confide earlier. Confess, then investigate the wardrobe. There be well junk of Japanese fellow type, prospering merrily. Great. If you're referring to Naruhodo, you know very well that he's currently perspiring merrily in court. Not strike you though, Mikatoba. He's going only in front of this cabin, and both are apparently vacant. An alarm bell. Well, hell would break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it. What the hell? There goes then. Pardon me in advance. Mikatoba about to do the worst. You! What are you doing? If we are at sea, that would be a very bad problem. What's going down there? Seaman Stroganoff! Report at once! Sorry, sir. Nothing to report. It is stupid. Just stupid trick. No, not by me. By world famous. No, as I told you. From snap. On. That's it. In we go. Oh, yes. Whee! For November, SS Grouse, first class. Cabin number 2. What the hell is going on over there? Good gracious! It would appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly. Clothes on the floor there. They're Sarashiro's, without question. We're just a little too late. Yes, well, about 2 hours. Still, whilst we're here, we should investigate further. You 2 hours worth of clues in here. Return at any moment, Sholmes. Hey. It's all the more thrilling. The rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. That's also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are severe punishments for stowing away in wardrobes and / travel cases. Well, that's oddly specific. But the rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination. About the fact that you're not straight on the wall. That strike you? Maybe right. Only just your imagination, though. A trifle. You're an idiot. Well, I say, Mikatoba, there's nothing important about trifles. Probably just my imagination. I think that might be slightly off. And it might be my imagination, but I think you're an idiot, Sholmes. Well, it's slightly different color, just here. Do you see? Indeed. The absurd rice has been framed of it with hanging for some time is removed. Perhaps your friend is an art thief. There's bold detection worthy of a great detective, I'm sure. Oh, who's the thief who's been plaguing France's galleries of late? Okay, now you're just talking out of your ass. Perhaps we should focus our attentions elsewhere, Sholmes, don't you? Well, just so I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere. Reading material to keep passengers occupied on the long sea voyages. Classic literature and easy reading would be most satisfactory, I must say. Hopeless heretic. For the adventure of Sherlock Holmes, my dear fellows. I'm afraid it's just me. No, you're quite right. I'm overlooking the Bible. My, I have one with me. You're a true missionary to the Church of Great Detectives, aren't you? Exquisite glass, I must say. See there, how it... Yeah. If he had left 2 hours ago, that ice should be, like, melted. He suddenly trailed off. Ice, Mikatoba. Ice! What objects of this glass was you enjoyed? Chilled drinks. Chilled drinks. Pardon? Well, Sasuke Natsume was real? A real-ass person? Be that deception is equipped with an electrically refrigerated coal. Oh! Well, it's a luxury liner after all. Enormous refrigerator for storing all such lavish produce as well as ice. Enjoy culinary delights from all over the world. Suddenly, Mikatoba. Sight of you is making my mouth water. I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know. YouTube here. Look, that's been stopped with some cloth. Crewmen on the bridge aren't in no audience, I suppose. Well, indeed, so that the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere. If happened in here, that was for no one else's ears, do you think? I don't know. Well, you'd front Shakespeare. It's become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it? Or was concealing himself in the Sogi's wardrobe. He was. Similar to this one. Decide yourself, my dear fellow. What? Whatever for? Fateful meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. It's a moment for yourself now, complete with my dramatic rhetoric. Come along now, in you go. It'll only take a moment. Alicia, I'm sure you could just tell me what he said. Well, I did some brilliant remark and opened the wardrobe to reveal the stowaway murderer. Just read about it in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Wastepaper basket, look. There's still rubbish inside. Indeed, let us pry. Recently I have a penchant for exploring the contents of other wastepaper baskets. Only for your work. Ah. Here we have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago. 3 days ago? Right before we arrived in London now. Or myself. Yes, it was an evacuation drill. Remember now. Security. All first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. Boots has some privacy for once. Heap of clothes on the... That's a substantial heap of clothes on the floor. Coat, shirts, dressing gown. Mohiri work trousers, a tantum robe, a murky white spring, maybe clothing of Japanese man. Clearly Japanese men are accustomed to the culture of the wardrobe. Because if they had been thrown in a heap like that, in something of a hurry. Indeed, you could help yourself to a Japanese man's shirt, perhaps? Mention of packing too few. Very likely drown in one of the Shiro shirts. I'll just buy extras if I need, I think. Young indeed. Partial to all things large. Clumsy fellow if you failed to notice he left that behind. Perhaps he left it on purpose. Think. Still hinders to speedy escape. Pity. It's locked. Look inside. The situation will be quite different though. Oh, 7-digit combination lock. No more is enough. Move to walk through all the combinations at present. Uh-oh. You are still here? Ah, able seaman Stroganoff. Hello again. You think? You'd never materialize. Eh? You are waiting for me? Of course! I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity far sooner. There's a trouble with Captain because of the trick you played before. Or isn't chicken? It's all your fault! Ship report soon. Get off, now! Of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow. But first, something that must be done. Is it time for the dance of deduction? Why, naturally. The debunking of your deceit and the bucket bearing of the truth. Kill it? I butchered that. That's Russian. I'm afraid I see through your lies. Oh. Bum, bum. For one thing, Mr. Jikoko has not left yet this vessel at all. Ah! And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganoff, you know exactly what a man is, even as we speak, don't you? How can you... Good gracious, Sholmes! You mean, worked it out? All of it? It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. So, would you care to join me for a dance? Of my invincible logic and reasoning. Nothing would please me more. What is this? We have but minutes until the vessel puts to sea. No games now. Time is of the essence. So Stroganoff, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Chikaku left the ship some 2 hours ago. That is what I said! But that was rather a clumsy lie. You see, there's something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it. What? Ah, yes, of course. So you noted it too, Mikatoba. Then please, do take the lead. In this cabin, shows the impossibility of Chikoku having disembarked 2 hours ago. The last 3 years have done to your observational skills then. Mikatoba! It's here since we last did the Sholmes, not free. Well, of course it has, quite! Now, all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see. Say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe, and the answers become clear. So, press me! Think I can manage that? Well, this ice, I'm pretty certain.
that!
Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass. Also, did Mikasa just tap dance? I should note, despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. Ah! It appeared that the man was here in this very cabinet a month before our arrival. With this well-chilled glass in hand. Remind of the refreshment, Sholmes. One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganoff? But why would Shirashira run from us? Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Something that these first-class cabins of the SS Grouse are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jikaku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan. Ah, that's right, they are. It was in the cabin next door. Shirashira was, yes, the days in this very cabin during our voyage. As I suspected, but you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jikoku had to hide. What traces? I know nothing about this. It's you, is it, Mr. Stroganoff? Exactly what are you getting at? Said, there's traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity. It appears out of place, so I'm quite sure it won't have escaped your notice. Out of place in here? The key to this, Mikotoba, is the dark deed that took place in here, of being masked by something quite incongruous. Say I didn't foresee ever doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikotoba. No, quite. Life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we well know. Let's see if I can uncover the truth here. But the floor, my dear fellow.
Take that!
The rules of passage. It's the rules of passage in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put here in a hurry. Sure, you already concluded. That frame was originally over here. The shape and size are a perfect match. Duh! You were right when the frame moved. You're observant of crewmen, are you, Mr. Stroganoff? I think our captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability. Gah! Oh dear, that really seemed to touch a nerve. Mikotoba, why didn't you lift that frame off the wall? That looks like a bullet hole. What? Who's been shooting walls? I see the projectile has been removed. The careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Now then, Mr. Stroganoff. Ah! Same impression that you're attempting to shed shields at occupant. I don't know what you are talking about. Why would I protect these to stranger? Ah, so we're talking about this same man, I see. Good. Ugh. This is quite the remix, by the way. I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time. Aren't you? There's some very noteworthy evidence. That explains the reason why you're lying for the man. You've been told to keep this pretense. It's clearly shown by... Approach this one, Sholmes. Ah, my dear Mikotoba, simply keep first principles in mind. You're subject from every angle. And I'm quite sure that you'll see it. In fact, I put a wager on it. Well, I'll soon do that.
Take that!
Nice banknote wad, bro. It's almost too obvious for words. Quite. The universal language of the world. Money. Oh! Wager that the Eastern fellow in question is Shirashira Jikaku. Yes? Yeah! You seem to realize what this means? Well, clear signs that the crime has been committed in this cabin. The way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice. But... What do you know, Mr. Stroganoff? You know where Mr. Jacopo is heading at this precise moment in time. As always, Mikitoba, now's a deduction. The furtive glance is your unfaltering ally. You want some dashons? You found a chink in this bully fellow's armor. Nor prey is hiding. Flick out the pupils. A minutely delayed blink. Nothing escapes my attention. Even that which is barely perceptible. Why they call this barely perceptible, Sholmes? The man's turned his entire head. The glance, is it? It's almost too obvious. Trapping toes aside, my dear fellow.
Take that!
Get wrecked. You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you? The truth is, Sir Cook was unable to escape from the ship in time, and is, at this very moment, doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk. This is breath to take from running digitally though in air. We counted us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. It would be everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible. But how can we? Forgetting about the combination mark? Or the signature code? I should be open for inside the trunk. Arrange for somebody to open it after our departure. Of course! The jerk before Jacob hid himself inside that trunk told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. Mr. Stroganoff! No, I know nothing about combination code. Don't move a muscle, my good seaman. Huh? Now, Mikitoba, won't you do the honors and open the trunk? How enough do you expect me? It's a 7-digit number. Quickly now, we have little time. Free.
Take that!
No, it's confusing to open. Oh, flip. Guess give that to me. Spots, Sholmes. Oh, it's 4. I didn't see that. What the frick is even that? Oh, is that a 2? That's a 2! That is a 2 that is hiding in plain sight. That is a very sneaky 2, my good sir. Is that a 2? I think that's a 2. Looks like a 2. 5401325. Oh wait, I have monitor power. Yeah, that's a 2. I just turned my monitor briefly. 90. I could then tell it was a 2.
Take that!
What? Oh, it's the other way freaking around. I'm bad. I'm stupid. I have no idea how you would see this, by the way. Don't ask me. He's an idiot.
Take that!
There we go. Click. That did it. It's open. You had to admit it, didn't you? Well, Yushin, you found me now. Sir Shiro. Hi. I was really hoping beyond hope not to find you here, you know. You're not entirely unsurprised, I take it. No, quite. Just wish it were some other way. Well, what if you're going to introduce me? Ah, your invitation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. Stories you explains. Mr. Sholmes, this is Mr. Jikaku, my old friend and traveling companion. Mikotoba, I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour. She precedes me as well. What an honor. Sir Shiro, you can explain all this? You know it all by now, I imagine. You didn't, of course. It's that 3 days ago, on the night before I arrived in Britain, I was made of my life here on this very ship. The Reaper of the Bailey? Yes, I'd since heard. You were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you. At the time, what a dangerous individual he was. When we were out in London to find the synopsis was postponed until goodness knows when. It was apparent to me that I might very well be talkative again. The capital, without saying a word to me about it. So, yes, of course, I realize now. I've confided in you. Surprising, I must say. What is? Well, first-class cabins aboard luxury steamships are in very short supply. Hard to believe that this one just happened to be available. Taking us to some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. It just happened to be available, so I purchased a ticket, and here I am. Myself, the obvious remnants of that incident in this cabin. Purchased your return ticket before we even docked in Dover, had you? Seeing this cabin, seeing the evidence. Is that it? Yushin, I have nothing to say to you. In a mere 5 minutes, the ship will set off on its onward voyage and not make port again until Italy. Since this, you disembark with us at once. You have no jurisdiction over my movements. This, Sir Shiro. Take it. What is it? From the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. No other ramifications from ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be. You can't have had that, Yushin. Come on, let's go. One moment. What is it, Sholmes? Shoko's trunk. I found this rather fascinating trinket. What is that, Sir Shiro? help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. What? I have no idea. The look of it in his face. I think he genuinely doesn't know. Well, this bucket is a small souvenir of our brief sojourn in France. Yeah, okay then. Well, Naruhodo, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he would just straight up smash that lock. So Misogi, know you, and I know you wouldn't lie. Still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying. As while this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. And sadly, Mr. Cook's whereabouts could not be ascertained. Little things all over the place, don't you? Spark on top of a pocket watch. Just to set the time, isn't it? It's called the Crown, I believe. Watch would be quite useless without one. Crown. It sits on the top of a monarch's head. It's a very grand name for such a tiny part. Actually, Naruhodo, this is a crown. I have a feeling I may have seen a monarch around here, some very bare head. And pocket watch, and I'm quite sure you have. What do you think? This is it out? Feel sure I know exactly what will fit here. Really? It's just thinking precisely the same thing. By the way, I just randomly have this component in my inventory now. It just randomly teleported from France into my pocket. Can we talk about that for 5 seconds? See that little random component? It's actually part of the Sector Gregson's broken pocket watch. Really? Just thinking precisely that too. Perfect fit. A perfect fit. I knew it. Alright, perhaps you knew it. New information at once. Ryunoske Naruhodo. Allow me to spot this evidence I shouldn't have from out of my actual ass. Done the deed. More the court's time. Verdict. I'll try can I end now. No Japanese man, Ryunoske. Know when to lay down your sword. You should know never to presume when the battle is won. Been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony. Conclusion: that the accused is guilty. All relevant testimony? Far from it. There's still a crucial witness, from whom the court has yet to hear a single word of testimony. Case, call your witnesses, stand at once, counsel. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible. Witness is already on his way, and is scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Who on earth is this crucial witness? Sir Shirojikaku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper. Judge Shikaku found him? Investigations of every policing resource and the accomplices that Shikaku's already dead. How in the name of God did you find the man? Located in France during the recess at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one of Mr. Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions. Herlock Sholmes almost certainly met with Mr. Jikoku on the night of his death. When the prosecutor Sugi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Means that Sir Shirojikaku's the sole witness. We can clarify exactly what happened. Aboard the SS Gross on the 31st October. Finger. Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to education at this point. Our prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Yukaku's testimony. It should be passed until all testimony has been considered. Is this the man who's considered the assassin currently? Case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. No objections from my side? No, my lord. I'm the one who called that. No objections, my lord. We live to fight another day. By the skin of our teeth. To be continued. Hey, we actually got an investigation phase. I'm gonna get some ordered noodles. Meeting if. Never mind. Just need the bathroom. So the clamor around the courtroom, but outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, is a typical still night. Then at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. I labeled this stream as part 1 because I kind of assumed this case might just be very long. Return, my dear fellows. We're back to Britain. Thank you for your timely help. Now that, found even more wearing day than Mikatoba and I, no? Say that. And bring a defeat in the court earlier. Sugi had you on the ropes, did he? His best friend, you say? Well, not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible. I think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. That's what introduced me. After all, I've only ever met a young man as a corpse. This started almost a year ago now. He told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as Great Detective's lie. Let's say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France. Another country, Mr. Sholmes. So, what news of Judge Shikaku? We took him to Scotland Yard. You should expect us to have a lot of questions for the man. Or Professor Mikatoba. This must be quite a shock for him. It's up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already. This is only this today. Me, Sholmes. Bye. The telegram to Japan the bit also. Oh, you had a reply already? So urgent now, Mr. Sholmes. So later. We're gonna go for investigation, probably. Then stop, maybe. Well, that's good news. Because supper is it's ready, everyone. This is. Oh, no, the vice I think the tribe won already. Look at all that food, by the way. Beef kibble, stew, steak, and kidney pie. Yorkshire pudding. Be a very long day, so eat up. In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. One sec, I'm helping a pheasant as well. Oh, sorry, Harley, not there. Whatever not. Places this evening. Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy. Hey. That's right, I mean especially for you, Professor Mickey. I see. That's terribly kind of you. It's a shame, really. What do you mean? Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean... What? Oh! Iris, do you mean... Yes, I know now. Overheard yesterday. So listening to the conversation you had. After I tricked you all into thinking I'd left. What? Schultz is flops. So understanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. It actually turned out that neither doctor was the nor person we could tell about our Iris' father. Yes, about that, Iris. You know that I know. You can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. The pheasant is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping. No. Oh, no, that's quite alright. Why don't I get an apologetic pheasant? Sholmes, you're an idiot. Just who is Iris' father? That's not something we'll be finding out today. Let's dine, but largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. One idea, Sholmes. It's absolutely delicious. As much as you'd like, there are always seconds. You're our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. A telegram from Japan about Kazuma. So to slip away. Well, Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Sure, it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikitoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes. Sorry, Hurley. I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy. Even though we've been the road to you for far longer. Mr. Sholmes, can I discuss some things with you? Certainly, my dear fellow. I found myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt. You're hungry to learn my deep love of game. Probably contain my curiosity on that one. You needn't look at me in that fashion. What fashion? Now, before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather open pheasant matters to discuss. You're an idiot. So, what was in the telegram that you received back from Japan then? Ah, this? The luckily stars have arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi, A. Shin, Tay Gregson, J. Wilson. What? Those 4 names! We've come across the exact list before. Came of an unforgettable case last spring. appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. All at the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. The means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. K. Sogi, A. Shin, Tay Gregson, G. Wilson. Find the names out until the case is over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So, why are the names coming up again now? Yes, we're going to send her your telegram. Discover them, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Sholmes, even? Let me read it to you. Judge Shikoku's office, undetected, and investigate telegram records. No! Find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. Full names. Needed by tomorrow. Naruhodo. Detective I know, who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature. You asked Inspector Hosonaga! Inspector Hosonaga! Pog! You take such an onerous task for you? You know my name. I wonder what guy is he up to for this time. This is not a great issue, you understand? Anyway, this name is found in Tsurushiro's office, as Jones predicted. You mean that my mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was sent to Judge Shikaku, the intended recipient? Don't believe it. That doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies. The 4 members of the Reaper organization: Asa Shin, Tobias Gregson, Mr. Wilson, and now Asogi. But what does Asogi have to do with any of this? He was a child when this all started. When the Reaper business started. I did phone me to have boss about that. Not a shred of evidence. I couldn't possibly have shared it. Sholmes. Looks deadly serious for once. A tragedy we had to go through on the SS Buria. It's all for nothing. Cosmo isn't dead at all. We're completely taken in by the lie you told us. A great detective's lie. It took no pleasure deceiving you. However, at the time, all the concern was preventing a young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. What? Some events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan. His remains, you mean? Precisely, Miss Suzuto. And then, made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain instead. You mean? An arrangement between our 2 countries was already in place. 1 university student, lawyer, and 1 judicial assistant to be accompanied on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Sogi, successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. Wait, do you mean to say that it's all in aid of stopping Cosmo coming to Britain? That's why you... Quack, Mr. Naruhodo. Somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England. Study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great... His unfortunate death I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. My dear fellows, the majority of holes have an extremely simple solution, you know. If required, is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. The voice you learned still promises a good month of time. A well opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. So, you manipulated me. Marked an extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. Sure, you would rise a chance for your late friend. I don't believe that. But if it was all contrived... I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. Arrested as a perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her? Actually, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. We explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. Remember, Miss Suzuto and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. She made it to America then. I think she made it to America. Later on, her family heritage may or may not have created another certain lawyer of this franchise. But that's only if you maybe think that Athena is related to that random Russian lady, and it's literally because of her necklace. Or, no, her earpiece thing. Simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why are you so determined to stop Cosmo-sama from reaching Britain? The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see. Oh! An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand. An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago. It's close at hand? We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. No room for doubt with your instructions in the telegram, Mr. Sholmes. Very clear that it was Judge Yukaka's office that should be searched, so I honestly knew that where the list of names would be found. Keisugi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. Where did those four names just over 6 months ago now? Because they appeared as part of the top secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes. But at the time, you were unaware of the background. You see, those four names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that, approximately this time last year in fact, when you were both still in Japan. But it would be hypocrisy on my part to provide out certain secrets. After all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on commissions between the British and Japanese governments. We're actually doing what? How? My duty does. You should know. Secret is safe from productions. When he has designs on knowing it. Oh my Mr. Sholmes! What a fabulous line! Now, 1 month after that was the form is wired to the recipient Shikoku, Japan. The George Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned of the incidents, our pulses rapidly took shape in my mind. And now, I was partially correct, and partially mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. So Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these four names, and the tragedy to which they're all somehow connected. Then, when I learned that Dr. Wilson's murdered Japan, I immediately turned to those four names, because, you see, there was someone else on the list, who I believe to be recently deceased. What? Who? A. Shin, as it was described in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Asa Shin. familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes. Oh, I see. And she had completely vanished from existence over most of Wilson's murder. Logical conclusion that she had hid herself. She herself had been killed. It became fearful for the lives of the remaining two persons on the list. Ah, Kiyasugi and T. Gregson! Proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. It would be safest to go on Yasugi and stay away from Britain. Ah, so that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead. Exactly. So, you already knew who Kasama-sama was, Mr. Sholmes? Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. He says about Sugade in my letters. News to Dr. Wilson's death, of course. So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? Didn't know. Oh, Iris. It wasn't my daddy. Still, that's very sad. I'm so sorry, Iris. I know the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. No. Told us, Mr. Sholmes. It doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis. Big hole, Mr. Naruhodo? Ah, yes. You mean about this assassin, I presume. Oh, of course. Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She's in Japan, posting as a visiting student under the assumed name of Jessery Brett. Keep me up, my dear fellow. I'm aware of that fact. 2 days ago, in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. Ah! And upon hearing that startling revelation, the life form surrounding those 4 names. It's completely turned topsy. What? Topsy? What do you mean when you say your hypothesis has turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes? Well, names on the list to be the names of victims. However, it's mistaken. What's so? Our assassin was a killer! Telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed, it would seem that decision from Britain within the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson is being merely a front. Ah! Which would, of course, explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. Since Dr. Wilson was killed by assassin because he was the target of an assassination. With that knowledge, fresh consideration of the telegram used a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you? Not in a moment before. He subsequently became a visiting student. Wait, you mean... Of course, a name you know only too well. You mean Kazuma? Oh! He did say in court earlier today. Yes, for the 5th October, I'd accompany Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk. Or to carry out a mission. And the mission was the assassination of the monk. It's been a mission a year ago now. Surely not. Conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An agreement, one might say, entailing an assassin exchange. Assassin exchange? Cosmo possibly got involved in something like that. Now we have 2 parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. Then an assassin exchange. To begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visitor to Japan, where she kills her target. Then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. From like an exchange. What on earth's the point? Forget Naruhodo. British assassin is at least conviction. There's my community of one, like consulate jurisdiction. Oh, yes. Null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our 2 countries. brought into play, just intervention at the very highest levels. Same coin. Not by become murder, the contractual agreement. Utterly unrelated. In truth, assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. My community were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. Wait a minute, Sholmes! Bribing exchange of assassins is suggested. I mean, the Japanese killer's target was never sure Jikaku at all. I mean, the Sugi saga was actually Inspector Gregson! What? Cosmo was here for Gregson! Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. That's the person responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe. Mr. Sholmes. It feels it important to seek a transfer to overseas position, obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow. Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that there was a degree exhibition, transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him. Without informing me, engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last. Too much to take in. Right, everyone. That's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it early? I mean, look at the time! Ah, quite right, Iris. Let's conclude our preparations for tomorrow. Preparations? Well, I think I will make my way back to my hotel room now. You might remember. It is a little bit sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. And Susie would have been my big sister. Iris. I know, Iris. Thinking quite the same thing. Were you? Would you like me would be worthy? Be delighted to become your sister. What? Really? Oh yes, that question. So, you'll teach me all the ways you know for Ryunoske to the floor? Oh joy! Yes, yes, of course. Be my pleasure. Another Greek quite so rattle, eh? Oh, but wait a minute. This is gonna be my big sister. She'd be better if you want her now. Well, I mean, of course. We're gonna be a brother. Well done, Iris. You must always be mindful of feelings. So well. Being sensitive is your strong suit? Naturally. Right, I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now. This is for my big brother and sister. There's all this talk about preparing for tomorrow. I mean, what? You'll just have to wait and see? Oh, great. Why do you have to be so vague? Good luck in court tomorrow. It's going to be a sterling performance. I'll do my very best, of course. Night breaking of trials proceedings became a crucial turning point. Using a new truce, while exposing new conundrums. I'll list 4 names on the telegram in Judge Shikaku's office. In the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. So I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly beside me. Let's continue! That wasn't really investigation, that was more talk. Talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and give me that. 4th of November, 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Just skip right into the courtroom. Good today, I have a brief announcement. As of the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts come to light in these proceedings. Relevation of the well-known Reaper is actually an opposition to his own brand of justice. The respected yacht inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, I'll stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. You know, you don't get your birds in here, dude. So, you want to take the shot of resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve, yes. My intention. My lord, if I may inquire. May I speak? On what grounds is Constable Sugi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? It's colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. Shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. Position Lord Strongheart. Requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? Proceedings didn't expose everything. Life for the last 10 years. It's all been leading up to this 1 day. Kazuma. After this trial, my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. You prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. It's bristling with hostility today. Seeing impression, we're heading into a very dangerous territory. That really even Cosmo standing before us. Extremely accepted to normal practices, I've granted this prosecutor's request. This fine is acceptable, I presume? Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. Soon to close hearing. A Bergwaden Siegs. Ready, my lord. Prosecution is more than ready. Very well then. Our preamble's taken long enough. Misugi, begin! My lord, calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Sarashiro Jikaku into the courtroom. Alas then, reach the final battle. It's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunoske. It's time for that stealing assault. This is going to test it to the limit. Push it everything to our limits. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Huh. It's you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena? I didn't know it's necessary. Well, look what a young man has become. I got to today when you take that tone with me, I must say. So ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. Sarashiro Jikaku, Supreme Court Judge from the Empire Japan. This man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, returned to Japan. The Supreme Court is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I'm of course fully aware of Mr. Jikaku's preeminent rules. The National Forensic Science knows him as a representative of his country. Played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It's a great honor to be involved in the negotiations of that treaty. You must ask. Well, I never. Not a young murdering student turning up here in all places. Wait me yourself. Now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, full of self-importance, like a friend across the courtroom. I see. My invitation to the University of Forensic Science synopsis. Without informing anyone of your plans, it took flight to France. Took flight? Check that turn of phrase. Playing yourself, but exactly what the circumstances. Well, somewhat expecting this. Sorry to say. I decline to comment. What? country prematurely when I was invited. Guess may be questionable and etiquette. Decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? Police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. Alien, I obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. No decision to testify. Simple as that. So you would run from all this? You got poppin'? This is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. Ties to another murder. A case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. Japan? You murdered Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right. And you, Judge Shikaku, are at the heart of both cases. Has evidence to prove it. Ryunoske, let's even look in your eyes. Your resolve to carry this through to the very end, too. Evidence, then. Proof do you have that Sushiro Jukaku is involved in this case? Take that! This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names. Keisoki, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. You little... Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Yukaku. What? How on earth did you... What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. Keisoki and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. Tokyo. Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken by a Western-style restaurant in the capital. It was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Jezre Brett. Her real name was Asa Shin, professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. A. Shin and her victim J. Wilson. Murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. Sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. K. Asogi and T. Gregson, from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? This is a murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan. Were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of an assassin exchange. Acquired as proof of this international contract to kill. What? It was found in your office, Judge Hikaku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you! Hikaku? What's this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you accepted the assassination mission. Mark wasn't Judge Shikaku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard. The name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunoske. But actually, I didn't lie. The eyes already killed never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Sushiro Jukaku was the mock entirely from you. Deliberately avoid saying a name? Assassin exchange. Speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Shikaku, what do you have to say for yourself? Proof his guilt! Another very important point in this new development brings to light. Now the possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder. Even his cabin aboard the SS Grouse. You have to testify now. These will put you in contempt of court. No need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then. Supposing it to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. Ladies and gentlemen, there's information that the court must hear. Assassin exchange, the event of the night on 31st October. Testimony now. I have the distinct feeling you're going to make the biggest mistake of all. And say that it took place at 10. Except for the fact there was a crew member there at 10. Except for the fact that that wouldn't have been possible. As you wish, my lord. How crazy is it to have the judge that was for the first case be the killer? Be, like, the main bad guy, by the way. Exchange. Osmo Sugi was assigned an assassination mission 1 year ago now. Was Inspector T. Gregson. Also conditioned to British study tour. However, in the end, something happened. The young man was unable to carry out his mission. However, the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. Fired, the crewman would have heard that. It's clear it can be involved. All times, eh? Admit it then. This communication suggests there was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. Better at the highest levels. I can discuss here. It is such a worthy practice for study to coerce somebody to commit murder. Appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? So you had a reason for taking this photo to that British inspector, you know. What? Why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel? Kazuma-sama? Rikaku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. Nobody to accept the mission. And on that night, the plan was to be executed. Backed out. We'll find some related to the facts of this case. What's this? Percival steamship in Dunkirk. Cabin. It's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. London. Prisoner Street. The crime was the Reaper. Paratontics. Changed. For such Machiavellian dealings. Execute. Strongheart. Strongheart, my buddy. My pal. You literally just said, by the way, I'm super evil. And I'm also part of this whole plan. K-Danks. Brother. My brother in Christ. Yeah, I seem to recall that someone on the British side who controlled everything. May it's not the place it's called to pursue this assassin exchange plot. In terms of events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Clear at that point, Counsel. Yes, my lord. Keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Like brother.
Hold it!
A year ago. Cosmo was still in Japan then. Correct. So at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him. Forget it. Remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me for forthright if I considered traveling to Britain on an assassination mission. Surely not. Well, it was a joke at first, of course. But then, it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour. So So, you agreed to it? Just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but... Assassination! Japan accepted a proposal from the information power at that time to send a student from each country to the others to develop cultural understanding and friendship. Behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart. Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then? Knowledge is no problem. These alleged misbegotten demons. Not to expose allegations for Mr. TGAAC. The truth, my lord. Plan to him.
Hold it!
Go on, Cosmo. Why did you pick him as his assassin? In addition, capability of throughout the Britain was very strong. So, full purpose in life. Clearly exists to that. We pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer. Something being sent on a study tour to Britain. Of course, you know the reason behind that. He turned to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asogi. Nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. A sole assassin or betraying people's trust. The fine job betraying mine, Asogi. The target? No idea. He's really oldest from Britain. No position to question them. Yeah, really. What to believe? You lag. Oh, do you? Because once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. With some connection with Inspector Erickson from that time. Well, to catch up. With what? In fact, the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi.
Hold it!
Presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Cosmo's passage to Britain in January? Full tragedy that took place on the steamship. Would have had been district soon 2 weeks later after the ship's departure from our shores. The student had been killed. His body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. And from the placed on the ship to accompany the assassin. So Cosmo didn't actually die at all. He did lose his memory, including all details about a special mission. Consider dispatching another assassin at that point. Possible, because that black-clad young student over there already put himself forward as Sugi's replacement. In reaching Britain. We're completely tired. Such strategy worked perfectly. He predicted everything that would happen. Returned. To go through with the assassination mission anyway. You mean right from the outset, were you? Is that it? Consider that crime then taking someone else's life. Do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain. It's gone on long enough. Well, has somebody given by this witness? Our details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. Yes. Made perfectly clear. No connection with the man or his death. Not saying this plea?
Hold it!
Just keep pressing everything. So you're coming to the first class area to SS Grass, you mean? Yes, that's right. At least because there was a murder at the student passage earlier in the year, I imagine. It's taken to posting a crewman outside the very first class cabin door. I'm the crewman guard myself. What do you mean? Company Inspector Gregson, Dunkirk that night. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness cabin. Time, of course. We gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. Crewman to allow us into the cabin while we wait for Judge Shikaku's return. Gregson was there in his capacity as a Reaper. Just intending to take the witness' life. I've said numerous times now, no intention of killing anyone. 2 potential assassins in the cabin he's supposed to be guarding? Most convincing in centuries, really. Truth, those were my faults, too. For a while. No way off the ship. The door when you went? Yes. That means I walk past.
Hold it!
When you were standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean? That's right. Grim expression on his face. Didn't want to move from that spot. So I thought he was a miserable fellow. As it happens, he's a veritable witness now. No doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. Standing just outside the cabin door, and I've heard that. Wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? Most of them can drown out the sound of the gun being fired. Just assistant, that won't be washed. Oh. Recall that my cabin was in the first class area of the ship. It's also, of course, the quietest. Well, that's anything like steerage where the judicial systems go. I didn't mean... Was that your cabin, Judge Shikaku? Putting evidence that the gun was fired in there. What's that? A bullet hole. Oh yes, we'll talk about what the detective put in the wall yesterday. One penalty, not by a wood one. Didn't find an actual... argument. Was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. Sleep? The gun had been fired. The cabin on the night questions, the fed supplies, and arrested on the spot. Never made it to Britain in the first place. You sound. The cabin on the night in question. The truth. In sense, my lord. It's taking on his incredible assassination plot, but even so, confirmed by somebody else, still a real shock. So unforgivable. Manipulate him. It's such a despicable plan. And cause manipulate Judge Shikaku too. Cost him. Out here. Do not see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kusama's part. Well, Gregson ended up dead. I think that the murder must have happened aboard this steamship. I mean, Judge Shikaku must be lying. Shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment. Let's destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo. You okay? Well, here. Here you go, Judge Shikaku. Hold this objection. Yes, as the couriers heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Shikaku's cabin. However, be sure that, contrary to the witness' claim, guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. Well, where did you get that? It's evidence scattered by Mr. Herlock Jones. We were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Jones again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m., and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grasp were together on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were waving their posts! A 20-minute interval, of course. Any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Shikaku, you had every opportunity to commit the crime. Urgh.
Objection!
20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunoske. So nothing. Why? Listed in his testimony, occurred in his cabin. Evidence that can show assessment to be false. No more than can Result? Sure. You want evidence? You get the evidence. Inspector Gregson was killed in Yoshikaku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has evidence to prove it. Present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have? That the victim's life was taken in Yoshikaku's cabin on the 31st October. Here.
Take that!
Yoshikaku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch. If you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know that he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, the crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this is retrieved from Yoshikaku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. The cabin occupied by you, Yoshikaku! Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer?
Objection!
They maneuvered, Ryunoske. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? I believe Yoshikaku feels the same way. To quit you earlier in the year. Sorry? But that will result in anyone having to listen to this drivel. I've declared you guilty just to spend all your ridiculous bombast. Clear. We'll have to give further testimony. You have an excerpt from my cabin that night. You'll notice the pitfall to which you've stumbled. In your testimony, I would like to clarify one point. What's in your cabin? That you thought he was there, I presume? Yes, I do. Very well then. Seek to give your formal testimony. What exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship that evening of the 31st of October? Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. As the man who planned assassinations. Guests waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. I walked through the door. A mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. Careful with an impine soy Frodo. Wait to run away after that. Imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It's nothing to do with this murder. Clearly killed having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. Push, press, and press. Ipion soy? It's a martial arts technique in my country. It's careful not to use too much force. The man obviously learned too heavily for his watch to take. Naruhodo, you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? Watch was broken in the witness's cabin. Proves that the victim's murder took place there. Work. The inspector intended to kill me. Managed to pull the trigger. Not to leave his hand at death. Perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. This many holds. Yoshikaku will be deemed to have no involvement in the case. Counsel? We see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. Let me my frickin' cross-examine. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine. And I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. Let me my freaking cross-examine.
Hold it!
so-called guard posted at your cabin door just let your killer pass, you mean? Apparently, Jackson told the crewman he was a police inspector. The truth, of course. He wouldn't have heard his identification with him, though. Mustache, not to mention tobacco chips. Imagine the crewman was convinced. Opening him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist. You mean, me? Who else? Yes, that's true. The folks at the side of a few swordsmen set off a long bell on the guard's head. Right as I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and immediately disembarked the ship. Anyway, all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me while I arrived back at my cabin. An inkling of suspicion? That's right. None whatsoever.
Hold it!
Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson? Yes, at the time I didn't know the man's name. Time for introductions. Well, my life over madness. What you mean? No, the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose. Certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. The muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in my life. I might have never shot somebody before. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Called heavily, crewman at the door, so I dealt them out myself.
Hold it!
Ran out of gun. That was a very brave move, wasn't it? So he is far faster than the bullet, I can assure you. All that commotion caused the crewman to come out, didn't it? Yes, of course. Just immediately without knocking. So the stocky fellow, he just managed to slip past him to make his escape. And guard does it again. In many situations I can't get out of. Quick eye punch away from.
Hold it!
Snapped off, and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked. Its head being pulled off was spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Bad for long, but just soon sorted out. The broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. They're not. Part of my jujitsu thrill. Say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Bullet hole in the wall. Talking about. Stop. Oh, wow. This soldier, is it? I don't care if such fiction. Oh, yeah, little strapling place in my cabin.
Hold it!
Oh, there's him. This victim never returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, strapling. What? This kid on a steamship in France. What could he have gotten back to Britain? Their bodies were named at that same spot. Devil thing. Oh. The body! How exactly? We'll raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Well, yes, that's true. It's unknown from arriving visitors. I would like to think the Bora place required a course of an English gentleman as a hand luggage. Ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. Being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. Killed that idea then. But it's not. This is it though? Heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them. You know, she disposes of the body at sea. Yes, that's true. Bringing the body to Britain been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? Perfectly clear. It seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. What's my testimony? With your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your minute testimony now. You were about to make a mistake! It's an idea. Think about it, Stripling. We could disembark at the same time, pass through the same checks at the border. Gets then driven straight to the hotel. Carriages organized by the ministry. Is that so? You soon as you arrived at the hotel. So you did? Well then, I may. I have a corpse on my shoulder at the time. No. Even then, I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. They developed some sort of device these days to move things from A to B. Should say that. Your brain suspension didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, of course. Usually quiet, notice. Yes, there's really nothing more to say. But it's his story. Well, I suppose if you think about it, pick up in the office and it breaks. We don't say Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we? Build fret about what might happen to me if I break another one. Is that Inspector Rigson's body was found in a little room on Fresno Street. He was killed in Judge Yukaku's cabin. The body would have been moved somehow, obviously. Dead body over a country border. That would be impossible for the majority of people. In some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit done. Final realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay. Because if we look at this photo, like, look here. His bag is here with him. Thinking this through. Hold on, what did Ryunoske say? Okay. Well, I know what I'm trying to get at, vaguely. Special circumstances. What am I trying to say here? This photograph is like the only thing I have that I can... I have like so little about what I can say about him. How's the port of Dunkirk, not the first? Maybe I press again on statement 5 with that realization under our belt. I'm not seeing it. Special circumstances that made it possible. What the frick do I even have for that? Right, no, he's a member of the judiciary. And also Minister of Foreign Affairs. He would have been afforded some immunity to that. I'm gonna be right back. I don't know what this has anything to do with literally anything, by the way. But...
Objection!
hold this objection. Hey, I was right! There's no possible way you could have held Inspector Gregson's body, you say. I would say the opposite is true. What's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do, the transferring Inspector Gregson's back to body is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunoske? Being a judge, Mr. Shikako is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. It means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. Not when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Possible tricks and nuggets such as at the boat took rather a lot of time. Very obviously from Mr. Ryunoske. Didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Did you? Are you jealous? I bet those words are flashing. Soon you recall this, Judge Shikaku. Photograph I took in the foyer at the hotel to mark the occasion. Court will note you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a chorus inside. Mr. Naruhodo, sure you're not suggesting. I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel. Body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Shikaku's trunk! Order! Order! Order in court! To go, counsel. Not a grown man's body can fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man considerable size, fits inside his trunk. That would be extremely simple. Wouldn't it, Judge Shikaku? But inside his trunk? How horrifying! We've spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel. An opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street. Your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. This is nonsense. Go to the coroner to examine the body. Stability. Science that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. Well, that's that the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. And so, explained yesterday. Besides, a few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are. One place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Ships are equipped with electrical refrigerator coolers to keep fresh food fresh on their long sea voyages. Grass is no exception. Toba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Shikaku? Mika? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on a study tour. What are you talking about now? Your reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in a new century. I can see. But you've both laid firm foundations for that already. Judge Shikaku, please, stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. Decision against you. How do you respond? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. Crime. Prosecution stance unaltered. Place on Fresno Street where the gunshot was heard. You know, I proved it. Barakanzik shot the victim at point blank range. Proved the prosecution's claim this time. Not a little more than an elaborate fairy tale. Not true reason the British are known for really works, young stripling. Was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly? It's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply. Because that claim contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. What does it contradict? So death is indeterminate. It's tantalizing, counsel. I think you would better explain yourself to the court, don't you? Please said Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. So this clearly contradicts that claim. Ryunoske, I have no idea what the hell you're on about. I've lost you. Completely. Oh! Died instantly when he was shot. Instantly. That's the point. If he had died instantly, as we are claiming, then why the hell did he curl up into a ball like this? That isn't something a man does when he just dies instantly. I'm gonna go with this.
Take that!
The photograph of the victim. Photograph of the victim isn't the very location you claimed he wasn't killed. Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. Sorry to disappoint you. Your logic is flawed. So it does not fully its opposition to the pain in which the shot, which subsequently proved fatal. Nope. Disappoint you, Judge Shikaku, but it's your logic that is flawed. What? Since the report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less been able to draw himself into that position. Begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Get wrecked! I saw it. My line of thought had it. The answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting. The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival in Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor. From the inside of a large travel trunk! No! You're quite right. The shape of the body could have been kept in a confined space! Yoshikaku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Ugh. Present my trunk. I refuse. What? What grounds? For the fast and Empire of Japan. This testament. Some striving basis accusation. Words, Yoshikaku. Blood in your trunk. Answer that. Foreign affairs are privileges that allow.
Objection!
Moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness in the trial of Britain's highest court. Here you are, of what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing's more important than the truth. Order! Well, Mr. Jikaku, what's it to be? By fair means or foul, am I right? Serious? Did it? have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asoki? What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring Inspector Sadi into the country. I tried. Exactly as passionate about the defense. What? You... Dear God! Outrageous! Was he? Mr. Inspector... There's nothing more than what I've said. I guess I have no recollection. What was that cryptic statement supposed to mean? Inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, would avoid unwanted attention. Snowden pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So I'd only offered to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it if you didn't do it! Then who on earth did kill the man? No, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. Moreover, he already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. Ow! Wait! Who could have been? You! Kazuma Sogi! You. Thought you stupid to this, Sarashiro Jikoku. Right out of my mouth. Prosecutor Kazuma Sogi. In the body of my cabin, you could pin the gun on me, did you? Into visiting the witness cabin on my question. Yes, an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. What do you make of that, young stripling? You've had my testimony now. That's all I have to say on the matter. Nothing more. I don't believe this. So for the defense, what is your position now? The wits are response to the witness assertion. Night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi. Then it seems to be. It's right in front of me. Comes down to Jikaku, or Kazuma. Who had the opportunity to kill Gregson. Only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. Vince is ready to respond to the assertion put forth by Judge Jikaku. The victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Sogi is... Sigh. We have to go this way, Ryunoske. I'm sorry. Well, it is possible, my lord. What? How could you? Do you think I want to believe it? The fact is, I can't say with complete certainty what actually happened because I wasn't there. You did something like Ryunoske. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. I think perhaps that's why we form opinions based on evidence. So true. Actually, we have evidence to consider this argument conclusively. Present evidence in support of... Plow on. Me. What just occurred, counsel. Short but embarrassing. A moment ago. Enough. Mind you something you said only a few minutes ago. That logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. Well, great. I just took an L. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for prosecutors to commit a crime. What? Well, accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So, what you have, counsel? What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of prosecutors' involvement? Well...
Take that!
I'm gonna go with the sword. It's BPM. Let's get Naruhodo. Role to play in arriving at the truth. Toss around in court for it. Yeah, I'm eating L's again. So at the first class cabins nearly all the time. It was there. Impossible to fire a shot without it being heard. When the crime could have been committed. Oh, right. He left way before this. But that doesn't help me at all.
Take that!
Returning for crewmates at the SS Grouse, my lord. It's conclusive proof. Turn. How's that prove anything? Body in your cabin, Lieutenant suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? In question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. Instead, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. It's inconceivable that the dog wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. Meaning Al Darrell. have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. That narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock is indicated on the itinerary. I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. The crucial point is this: when the evacuation drill took place, the had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly the murder could have only been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But prosecutor Sugi stated in yesterday's proceedings, didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. Night at a boarding house in town, and then returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is more conclusive proof that Kazuma Sugi couldn't possibly carry out the killing. The pursuit is on! No! Absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? Saying that to exonerate yourself. Get trusted you disembark the vessel. Cameron, hid himself somewhere nearby the ship. Waiting! I mean, for the chance to come back and finish that. No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? That's right, I recalls. Disembarked the vessel, spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. So I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. So me easy verified. An undeniable proof. No! There's no escape this time. You forget that you're judge or government minister. Time you get the court an honest answer as a common man. Break down! You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson, transferred his corpse back to Great Britain. You dumped the body in a room on Francis Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. What really happened, isn't it? Sarashiro Chikaku!
That damn shot 10 years ago. It's when all this began.
Break down.
Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already.
Hey, he broke the thing again. He broke it, like, entirely. It's over! My life is over! Mamma mia! Assassin to a limited professor in Japan. Japanese assassin to a limited detective in Britain. Use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands.
An exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. That was hardly a request. It was a demand.
And for that, we decided to recruit Mr. Usogi. Didn't go according to plan. You chose an assassin, never made it to Britain. Found yourself unable to dispatch the replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time, in Cosmo's place.
And that left me with only one option for carrying out my application. Made the mark myself, personally.
Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. International Forensic Science Synopsis, I presume?
That's right. Decided to be safe to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. With the help of my British counterpart. And made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. Lured a man in. He was given a sham mission by the Reaper.
What? The Reaper? There's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself! So, that means that the assassin exchange went by the Reaper.
I'm not liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. Shot designed to lead him to France. Done death.
Oh, how awful.
Past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. To give him time to attack me. Choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. And the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting.
For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock.
intend to finish him by strangulation. Before I had the chance, somebody came round and went for me at a reckless move. British issued gun 16 years earlier, being an amateur judiciary as a visiting student. Imagine I'd have to use it for something like that. Belongs to you, does it?
The victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS grass. Begs the question, why he arranged his body to be discovered in a room in Fresno Street?
Judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There's no way I could take the body up the deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. For the first-class cabin sentries return, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room.
Irving and Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police.
I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London.
Case, you must have known. You must have details Inspector Gregson's intended schedule.
Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I need to know.
Due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon. To meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. Ah! That man would be the perfect person to set up for as the culprit. Took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. And just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then.
Executive Welcome Committee. More than a little nervous.
Venus, of course.
And then, simple disguise, no approach to go. To buy in a firecracker or get a gunshot. Guys.
The inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. The inspector drew more attention to myself than not, or whatever, otherwise. We found a scene. Had it ready for the Redhead League investigation.
4:45. With the body on the floor. Moved this nose spot and set up my little candle trick. The firecrackers will go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. Mr. Boone, who's arrived at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder.
What was that? Imagine, it was the bag of fish and chips.
You noticed that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. His pocket the following morning, but, well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sort of details of what I did. Heard enough. For I did the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors.
Be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. Assassins? What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Coco, one last detail. It's your counterpart in Britain. This is assassin exchange. You won't say now makes any matters worse for you. Tell us!
Enough! I told you that I cannot say.
You very well never set foot in your homeland again.
Can't we get this over with now? Finished. All of it. I'm finished.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. Before us as admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Chicago, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found Guilty!
And may I remind all those present, the strict confidentiality demanded by the school's court. Though Mr. Chikoko signed a written confession leading to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Advance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Wrong? I'm just a little troubled by his silence.
The Reaper, the Bailey, and his extraordinary assassin exchange, we do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, as the indictment brought forth to our defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. Every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor, we wish now for the formal adjudication. The defendant, Barak Fallen-Seeks.
Objection!
Oh, you.
Shouldn't calls for education to be deferred.
Counsel?
Innocence hasn't been fully established at all.
What the hell are you talking about?
Or be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time.
Prosecution's unwavering position. What? But Chikako's already confessed.
Unless
Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished.
well, information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Sogi.
What if Inspector Gregson was actually killed by Chikaku? Witness testimony that he was concerned in complying with the plot.
Miss Assassin Exchange.
That may be true, but
Yes.
who caused Chikaku? Who was pulling the strings?
The Grant's having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only be murdered.
Words?
The mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in position to give such an order. Already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly, that would appear to follow. Prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barak Fallen-Seeks, of being the Reaper of the Bay, and furthermore, to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt.
Well, what? Oh, sir.
Order, order, order! The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. You have some new information with which to build a case.
It's already investigated Lord Minzeek's very clearly in that regard. No evidence whatsoever to substitute the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps the circumstances have not changed.
What do you mean?
Established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Chikoko by the Reaper himself. We now have a new line of questioning by which to identify the man's identity. The prosecution's attention here. Let's say I'm surprised. How tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. An unforgivable crime, Lord Fallen-Seeks. I will bring you to justice for it. Whatever it takes.
This guy's with silence, of course. Not nothing to finish what Lord Fallen-Seek's unveiling started 10 years ago.
Well, it's extremely irregular. I will, on this occasion, grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. Will disclose any non-involvement he has had with the Reaper in the assassin exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Great! Boo! I have turned a blind eye to discourtesy as I verified that this vile and unremitting accusation set the contents of my heart chalice.
Lord Fallen-Seeks!
Pursued him with the Reaper 10 years ago now. Since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. The chance to testify now. And crush those allegations once and for all!
Good!
So, Lord Van Zeeks. Case. The primary witness. But to the prosecution, he is the reaper of the baby. Offense.
In the witness stand, can be extremely dangerous. It's emotional at the moment. Not thinking logically. Right that he's not himself. I knew it would be like this. It's a turn to face him for whatever might arise. Lawyer, and as his friend. This is what us to do. No objection, my lord.
Very well, defendant. You will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the circuit of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. As you wish, my lord.
These Van Zeeks don't lie to me.
Taking the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. Been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years. That's what Gregson's involved in. Reason why I went to Festival Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. It is no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson.
You just lied. Well, Van Zeeks doesn't notice, to be fair.
Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange.
I'm not even gonna bother with pressing. I'm just gonna straight present.
Now, all accusations by the prosecution that you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you mastermind the assassin exchange. The public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear.
So the prosecution believes this testimony just given the excuse to be untrue.
Okay, Naruhodo.
Yes?
Let me ask you,
Why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? Desire to uncover the truth. You know, truth proves you client to be guilty. From all my experience in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth.
I want you to remember what you just said. Sorry, Chandra. That's for defense. Proceed with the cross-examine the witness.
Ah, yes, my lord. Exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. No, you're just waiting to point it out. Contradiction, you're convinced, lies somewhere within this man's testimony. I already know what it is. Yes, because I seen it immediately. Because hold this objection, I'm afraid.
Objection!
What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old.
The autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
What? My brother's autopsy report.
Pleased to see. Defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth.
The court! I'm sending a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel.
This, the autopsy report of Professor's final victim. No link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant.
Did I cuss his name again? Sir. Court records relating to that case. No doubt at the time, autopsy was sacrilege to the victim's souls.
Clint Van Zeeks is unthinkable. Slow to pass the beat to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. So, he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. Signature clearly visible on the document.
Promised by Gregson. The autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Rin Shinosugi was guilty of the murders. At his dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting for some of his crimes, and the cookie served convicted him. French's brother say says a step of a marvelous victory in court. Victory, was it?
That's really true.
What?
The same be said, it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated. The coroner and the prosecutor all colluded together. Some Japanese man is a mass murderer and sent him to his death. It's outrageous. Now, 10 years later, so the secret has been frightened and he's protecting. The coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? In power in Japan and in Britain. The two killers recruited for the assassin exchange.
All at once! Years ago, father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer. So death. It's a little shame, I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Why I had to come to Britain. The cost! Have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful beneath tenacity of purpose here. However,
Shatter.
he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer.
Because you know this won't wash. Your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. Without evidence, nothing more than a wild accusation.
As it happens, I have evidence.
What? It was heard. I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. Pretext of being an assassin occurred to kill Sarashiro Jikaku. Make the inspector tell me the truth.
What truth?
About the evidence. He acknowledged what I already deduced.
It's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago.
What?
A secret? I know nothing of any secret. It was Mark in Chicago's cabin.
My clients saw
Karuma before the inspector's eyes. So what my true motive was. Right, so you're not Sugi's young lad, are you? And what, you're gonna cut me down with that thing? Is that it? Which depend on the answers you give to me. My questions. No, what really happened 10 years ago. The truth. That's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. Even your father was a professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the current crime stick.
So, you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated?
It was for the good of the country. Anyway, it's just following orders.
Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak!
Say not a word.
If your life depends on it?
That's right. Even then.
That's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama.
Then Zeke's autopsy were fabricated.
So Gregson and the lead coroner, Wilson, must have known about it. In order to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The case for the prosecution, Barak Van Zeeks.
But
Did have cause to organize. The assassins. Exactly.
himself who liaised to Jikoku in Japan to arrange the exchange.
So, follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be doubted. The man who stands accused in the courtroom today, Barak Van Zeeks.
Objection!
Kazuma Asuki. What what you've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. Shameful admission. In that case, I know the name of the Reaper.
What? What? Lord Van Zeeks?
Give no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities.
To one! He isn't the one behind all this. Then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You? Just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... Sorry, Strongheart. Time for you to face what's coming.
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Male Strongheart. Lord Strongheart. Yes, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of the presser in court, who took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, had been killed.
I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history.
Well, Lord Van Zeeks?
10 years ago, very new to my profession, had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death.
Plead for control of the case.
Investigation to that point, the supplication of the Lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined. The evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, all came from you. My license in believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. Now, very much mistaken.
Hugely influential force that caused the inspector in the corner to break the law 10 years ago. Still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Shiro Chikaku. Lord Strongheart falls into place when you recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey.
Boo! The court awaits your response, my lord. May very well go down in British judicial history. I assure you, no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. A response.
Accusal?
Don't be absurd. Utter nonsense. Wild things.
Defend yourself? Or Clint Van Zeeks' autopsy?
Objection!
From Gregson's own lips.
Into it. What's your evidence?
What?
No, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. You mean to say, forget how the system works in your little backwater country. In courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case.
No intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone! Anyone, eh? Ugh! Any one person! Is that so?
Order in the court. Something Mr. Gregson's murder and lie the doctor was the death as well.
No one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago. Is there? You have made your mistake!
That was the real purpose of the assassin exchange.
No business racking of the course of a case that was concluded a decade ago. In defense, it's categorically denied.
There are no objections.
Asma, murderless waited his whole life for this moment. There's really nothing else we can do now? No other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago. Only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeeks' autopsy. There is someone left, Ryunoske. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks. So far, dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. Life won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one way of help. You about to be destroyed, by the way, sir. Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. No one left. Who, Ryunoske? Who? Tell me! Kazuma, Please, this trial can't end. Not yet! I'm not doing this for you. Doing it for the truth. Senator Defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy Lord Clamp Van Seeks is... Yujin Mikatoba! Heaven help us, another Japanese. Expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Yujin Mikatoba, 16 years ago. He came to London with Sarah Shirajuku and Genshin Sugi as a visiting student. Testimony possibly tell us. Mikatoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. He was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. Signature. The primary assistant suited to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikatoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The minute that Professor Mikatoba be summoned as a witness is a matter of urgency. Autopsy laboratory 10 years ago, something only he can tell us. Defense demand is denied. What? Topa's in London at this very moment. It's only interesting in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. No intention of sending anyone who knows. He's about protecting himself. Now refresh your memory. So you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. He's defendant of being a reaper and masterminding assassination. I did, yes. Your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. I don't have the rest of the evidence. What's this testimony? Closed. There are no clues in the distant past. I will bust your argument today. Hey, Usugi, you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Shirajuku. Since they may have existed, they will be investigated to course by the proper forms. What happened? It's your time to cover strikes again. You mean me? This contempt waiver will be decided at a later date. For you, prosecutor Sugi, following your decisions, willingly I trust, since you gave your word. Revenge is over. Young Master Sugi. That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is... We're just holding it. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! The place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. That these proceedings are closed to the general public. Court rules. Mr. Sholmes is swallowed from Shirajuku before he fled from Europe. To hear what he has to say. Strongheart. Refrain from bringing this trial to another stage. Is it really? How would that be? We'll call your own words in the opening to try to answer that question, if I may. Stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. B. Shock being accused of being a Reaper yourself is erased that from your memory. Can it? Get freaking wrecked! The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered! Is that so? seems that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. To you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To end not along with the preservations of your superiors?
Order! Order in the court! To me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practice. A door that is ajar! Emerge from the shadows of the reapers in the decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows.
Patrick, push this door open now!
I have no right to express an opinion in court proceedings. Silence!
That's right, Judge has absolute authority here. Yes, he calls the trial to an end. Let's end! Not really do! Dark things are carrying behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. We both on defensive. We can't also say he doesn't succeed the same. What's... Should go on! Someone to witness! That's right! We need to clear this up before the young Japanese fellows remain in custody! Lord! Showed us present that you would uncover the whole truth here! Someone is an honest accusation! Truth! The whole truth! Nothing but the truth! The very foundation of British law!
A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery!
Oh, but the trial!
Well, my lord, you hear the voices of British justice, I take it?
You'll find it will be rather awkward to silence.
The court will assess briefly. No tension is shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. General rise at the courthouse. We shall reconvene.
Necessary, my lord. So was a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today in this meeting in the answer chamber as we speak. Enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Mr. Mikitoma's here in the courthouse! Jones, you don't know this. You didn't know this would happen, did you? Fellow, who was in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I'm just asking for the fun of it, you know.
In this matter, Mr. Shaw. Here, kindly lead the court at once.
Of course! In truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Naruhodo! Ah, yes? Nice little Lucky Charm with you? Absolutely. So it's still in my pocket. And a reminder, find yourself at a dead end. Sorry, at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course.
Case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the sound.
Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper to Bailey. Is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I going to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom, and put whatever horror it tries to drown me under. Onwards and outwards, friends. Versus the oncoming storm. Oh hey, Dr. Gory. And Van Zeeks is here too, I guess.
Oh, witness it? Please state your name and occupation for the court.
Yuji Mikitama, lecturer in forensic medicine at Imperial University in Tokyo, Japan. Mr. Mikitama, the young lady beside you is... Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gori. I was practicing coroner. Dog is Dr. Scythe on the sound. Dr. Scythe. Can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. Some of this strange Japanese man is a witness to that autopsy. So mama, that makes no sense. She was there too. It's about the size of it.
Eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly. What sign to answer to? Or man, it's making me shudder. In fact, I came to like someday when it's defied the reputation of the entire judiciary. I'm fit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. That is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I got all my things back, by the way. Remember you, Dr. Mikatoba. I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. Visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I was studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. Present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I was, yes. Assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Tisk, I was far more skilled than any Japanese man. Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. The report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes. Noted all the doctor's findings, and when we were done, read through the document and signed it. Poor Mama. Secondary assistant, she wouldn't have such a good view of all the innards. Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. For his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would have never happened. So convinced that it would reveal the precise evidence against Genshin, you see. I've been checked in the ability to allow it to take place. You correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murder was apprehended and justice was done. Before he was killed, results of the autopsy were fabricated. Time. So you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth. But what really went on? Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. That's why I'm here too. Well then, you will give your formal testimony now, witness. A word of warning. Oh? State truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. No one dream of doing otherwise, my lord. For supposition, I will expel you from my court. I couldn't say there was any indication of the outside of what's been fabricated. Made the voice inside soul, transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. About that. Beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence proof from the man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. Fabrication? Nothing to suggest fabrication. Certain about that? No, nothing that I can research as such. Where to in testimony? Cleans it up nicely. Fabrication here, so come from you. What? Inspector confessed just before his death. That is the fabrication. No, Philippe, no, afraid. The tip of sort of throat. Wit's end. Agrees to this confession that was uttered in the obvious desperation. There was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. Testimony we have, without question, covered the whole truth of the matter. My lord, there's most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon? So you're aware of the facts of the case? awful to process previous victims. Died when enormous beasts set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
Curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Knudvanzix, suffered a different fate.
Yes, you're right. Stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough. If I warned you about this, witness paused to curtail testimony as soon as it entered the world's supposition of speculation.
Very well, my lord. Case, defense will pursue a conclusion to this during a cross-examination.
What?
The right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. Fully intend to exercise that right.
Ryunoske.
Even the presiding judge has no authority can try that the letter of the law. I'm sure every better judiciary present in the galley would agree.
Very well. We begin counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from such facts, I will not hesitate to bring cross-examination to an end.
Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord.
So don't be weird about it. Just question.
I'm just gonna press everything first.
Hold it!
And all the previous 4 killings are attributed to press, sir. Victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled?
Correct?
Stabbed.
Well, do you mean to say
You think been one of the victims?
there's so much to doubt the fact that the investigation carried out at the time? To all of his crimes upon his arrest. To having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy.
The killings is never identified. No, it's found just a gunshot and never cut the dog.
Out of hell.
Hold it!
You weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory?
Matter?
Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. It would be different if your mother, Dr. Seif, were in the stand, but... Paperwork about the case. Might as well be the story countless times. It's made through the autopsy report.
That myself at the time. It's true.
No other signs of internal trauma. I see. We all about it. Well, there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable. Unbelievable? What do you mean? Boy, what was it?
Hold it!
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, sparkling and round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi.
My father's ring. Sorry I didn't disfigure some time.
Genshin wore a large ring on the 2 inches quarters of his left hand, the 4th ring finger.
Some sort of keepsake.
Father left Japan for London 16 years ago. It's old. The ring.
You do?
Was sent out to the family home Japan after his death. The ring wasn't among them. It's a key piece of evidence. Being done a lock and key in the stores in Scotland Yard to this day. Someone by the police checked for the presence of his ring. It's how it goes. Moreover, there are deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. And there and then, right before my eyes.
How could they? Ring along with me today.
What?
Here it is. Bit dusty from years in the stores.
You did what?
Good gracious! Yes, that's it.
I haven't seen that in 10 long years. I was found inside the victim's stomach. Yes, I'm afraid so. Professor Mikatoba? Can we read something into that? Well, just start thinking back now. Actually witnessed the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my! Really?
Precise moment. Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. The removal of his historic evidence still requires my consent, does it not? Where it came to be here, the court cannot deny the disclosure evidence for today's proceedings. Get wrecked. Yeah, well, you may submit it. Yoink. Seen in Japan. Looks like hard protecting that jewel. It's doing a good job protecting an equally fat Jensen in the middle of this ring.
Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a verdict as you got done, I should think.
Ow. Biggest plea. Those really are sharp.
Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo. Good for you.
Like such a dangerous ring. Swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely.
But about that, since go down much better for some red bean placed in the middle.
As clumsy as me. Probably managed to choke on it somehow.
Very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed.
Hold it!
The sights be said, is that what's against Ryunose's arrest? Correct. What investigation was got man admitted his crimes. Wait, there's no killer. Oops. It doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. Professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. Wait, only a man of my brothers could.
That? We're troubled.
Oh, it is mine.
Oh,
Deliver, I'm sure.
all these years.
No.
Claim the fabricated evidence is true. It's a total calamity. Right beside you. What happened?
Hold it!
You couldn't say?
No, certainly not. Either, could you? No, true, I couldn't.
That.
And such like.
Some
Secondary system doing.
it's just the lighting or pass some implements. Part of the team.
Good, yes. So you can't refrain from staring at my cheek like that. Out of place to you.
Okay. Hold this objection! The third, that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. I said in testimony before. I was touching a replacement scalpel Dr. Wits and then requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. Just in counsel. It never in the victim's stomach to begin with. Third physical Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? Ring in advance. For Sogi. And put this during the procedure, pretending to fill it in there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
So that's the puzzle is you have such a rush. It's right here. That's the autopsy report. For counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally. Sure you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. In addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. He was a determined man. A break of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. Really had swallowed that enormous ring. It's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No! And you've arrived at the sticking point. I have my doubts about the finding of myself 10 years ago. Say something at the time. I did. Still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson at the laboratory that day. Look at this! Well, this is a very curious thing to find a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? If we swallowed a ring of that size, the sharp metal claws it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and the esophagus? You can dismember it at the very least. Mikotoba, may I remind you, experienced than you. I'm terribly sorry. Let's explain why no injuries would be seen. Well, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. White Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated results of the autopsy to get my father. Counsel. Forensic science and autopsy work. So much to doubt the man's expert opinion. No objection, my lord. Remember, the throat is easily identified, even in living subjects. A device called an endoscope recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. Thanks, sir. Evidence from no source of recognition will not go unpunished. Well, the death to find the truth. I beg your pardon. Well, Mama, she chose us to tear corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Dr. Corey, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Shatter? Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An early incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have. Of Genshin Isugi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. She and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Suddenly, Don't make a beat! Come with us!
The armed pistols, their faces covered with scars. Thing I knew, there was a silence all around. In the cobbled street, peeping from his left hand. Me. Finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring.
Ah! Are you saying...
Always believed those thugs were after me. Now, I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all.
Wait, but...
She was arrested 2 days after that attack. And I'm not sure the interval. Place of evidence needed to his victim was miraculously found.
You mean, the ring was stolen from him? I think that's what the slugs were after that night.
Objection!
You pathetic coward. Believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It's you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it.
You stole my father's ring! You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested!
Objection!
Kazuma, open your eyes. Ryunoske, you must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. For the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this?
Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. You thoroughly convince yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. Apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. But it's extremely hard to believe. Let's imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. In the case, why would Sergei not have disputed the findings in his trial?
Oh.
It was court hearing 10 years ago. The defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks?
Yes, that is indeed correct.
In the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. He accepted the responsibility for his deeds and is assigned to his fate.
Then... That's very strange. Did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... Surely, there was no fabricated evidence.
Conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, prosecutor said. Words of cloud judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Isugi cites that his hierarchy can mean only one thing. There's no fabrication of evidence. During the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
An autopsy was all but bored. Enough to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection!
Oh. Thank you, Ryunoske.
It wasn't for your frank words just now. Well, may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma?
Place absurdity, counsel.
Lord. Perfectly sound. One giant hole!
Beg your pardon?
So it's due to the fact that there is no fabricated evidence. Explanation. Impossibility. Maintaining that silence.
Objection!
He turned being convicted and sent to his death?
This is my dead man. What did test it?
Objection.
Question of that. Ancient authority have been assassinated? Mine. Blight. Perhaps it's you. Been living in delusion these 10 years.
Me?
The Psalmist created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. Sure, there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial. Why the man would have said nothing, even though he was innocent? Part of some negotiation, perhaps.
Rhetoric! What must be shown evidence?
Court politics and Sogi silence in court. Okay.
Take that!
Take this. This is the Spence answer to the question.
That is not it. Rhetoric is growing thin. Well, that didn't work.
At least accompanied that penalty with an explanation of why that answer was wrong. Someone thought he knew that evidence being accused of the victim was fabricated. He have said nothing in his trial. For me, I'd have just my innocence until it's blue in the face. That's the result. It must have been a strong reason for silence.
Well then, perhaps.
Saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency? Ah, that could be it. Lord.
Rhetoric.
Ryunoske seems to get it. I don't. Um...
Take that!
That doesn't work either. The autopsy? Okay, I'm just blatantly not even reading at this point. I'm gonna reload that. At the point where I'm just where I'm not even getting it. For some sort of clemency. What the hell are you on about, Ryunoske?
Take that!
What am I supposed to freaking tell you? Exactly. I don't like reloading. I've grown to distaste it, but like, At this point, my brain is going, I have no idea what the hell am I even saying. Wait, is it this? Oh! God damn it, I'm so stupid. Strict Genshin Isogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. I'm stupid as hell. That didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he had been sentenced to death. I believe my father would negotiate in that way. Correct. The death certificate inside a coffin. Killed up by my father alone. This had the help of the coffin labyrinth. Touche. The chief warder, who was working in a prison at the time, was in planning prior to the imminent incarceration. Oh, I'm really stupid. In other words, I really should just read. There was suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Isogi and the British government. Silence in court, giving an assurance that he'd be broken out of prison. Guess with that sort of consistent agreement in place, it would have been kept very quiet. But further than that, in fact, say, can you explain in no other way? Okay, those reloads were not fun. Now a jumping conspiracy? I really don't. I hit the reload because I was just not seeing things, obviously. The point where I hit 4, that's just like, I'm bad. It's all ultimately linked. Summon new witnesses to sound. It's 10 years ago. Kaden? The poor chief ordered to prison. He's trying to turn a fuss because of prison after all these he has. You any trouble, my lord? What? Father? Get a little rather problem. Time? I can show you. It's extremely thorough. In prison area. Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. That? Oh, I tell me that. Well, no, unless I'm much mistaken. The courtroom at this very moment. You get to see me look like a fool, by the way. See this, he declared at the outset. Stop at nothing! The whole trip behind these disturbing findings. Very well. You know what this is? Mistake. I too would like nothing more to lay this to rest once and for all. God. I'm gonna be angry at myself all day for that one. Why are you still in the stand, Zeeks? Mr. State the names and occupations of the court, please. I, barricaded, covered up Barclay Prison. Was because of, I said jump to the tippets to pass by, so your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Stanley Vigil. To be chief warder at Barclay Prison. I'm here as the court today. Jailbreak, the so-called princess 10 years ago. Lost the professor! We've been through all this before, a decade ago. Thought there was nothing untoward happened. Escape from your prison, Governor. What you call nothing untoward. Ah, well. The absurd took several falsified after he was allegedly executed. Prison inside his own coffin. Plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of his influence inside the prison. Not such a time will afford you any protection. You were involved in the plot to break out Mr. Sugi out of your prison. Then, of course, this will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment.
Gods! Hold on there, laddie. All I did was...
This, Governor Kaden,
Ah, Isa!
you have critical role to play in the public safety of our country. Responsibility is shoulder. Testimony in court cannot be understood. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. Sugi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court.
My apologies, my lord.
You know this being a fact, that an intricate jailbreak was plotted since Naka 10 years ago. We're both involved in some way. Testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place.
Very well. This is good formal testimony. But you know, the plot to break Sugi out of Barclay 10 years ago.
Okay, new testimony.
I should have seen this.
Japanese Jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. The convict to the chief warder vigil here, put the plan into action behind the scenes. Responsible for Suki right until the night of his execution. Nothing of any plot. In a ken if there was some negotiation with the convict to the prosecutor's office. Carry out Oopadoody for His Majesty's Great British Empire. Okay, press all that. Prosecutor's office. We're saying that was the jailbreak plot?
Aye, that's right.
Who sent it? Who authorized that plan?
Did I kidnap?
We don't know. Listen, there's nothing about that professor case that was unusual in some way. Ask any questions. If there was told you. More than that, I couldn't tell you. See. Richard from the prosecutor's office. And one thing is very clear. There were clandestine meetings going on between Mr. Sugi and that office. Well, it's the chief of Mr. Sugi admitting the crimes he didn't commit.
So it's nothing more than speculation
On your part. Oops, lag. Fence. Oh, yes, my lord. Fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. No, sir, your right to cross-examination. Yes. Absolutely. No intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord.
It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well, proceed, counsel.
Hold it!
You don't know who actually issued the directive? Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official.
And you know that how?
It's from the prosecutor's office. Now it's down to who could have issued it straight away.
It's me.
So it was certainly an originate from the prosecutor's office.
What?
Judging where it started, there's a fair chance it came up from high up the ladder. Basically, can I give you any indication of who was behind it? You can't be serious. I'd say for sure, that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
It's on the ground, as it were.
In a bother with spinal execution. Job done. Okay. Can't believe I used to look up stuff, you know, for a while. Then I gave up because I was like, nah.
Hold it!
It's a vigil. You didn't know anything about it at all? That's right. My only role in the scheme is as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor?
Big out to take him off front.
Who is it about the plot?
Here you go, laddie.
My part of the whole business is basically just dealing with the aftermath. I won't be surprised there are other folk in the prison service who'll be given similar orders. Now, who else is involved?
Aye, that's right.
I can tell ya. Now you actually happened. The person that remains is Dr. Stevens. Dr. Courtney Stevens? Dr. Scythe, as she's known now. Get caught up in such a terrible business.
Hold it!
Not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night. Oh, everything was unusual. Another exception. Mr. Professor, the man had terrorized the country and never performed his crimes. His identity was forced to wear an iron mask over his head.
Hideous treatment. Taking lives of 5 of the country's nobles.
King and Chief Border was the only person permitted to approach his cell. Well, he believed that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window at the governor's office when the jailbreakers blamed on you, didn't you?
Gosh, Vigil. Can I apologize enough?
No, Governor. I don't believe you can. Won't change what's happened.
Tell us about the situation, Governor Caden.
Hold it!
You know, actually, the orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. One sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation.
Aye, well, he has a maid.
There's no infant about that. There's no place to tell them what you don't know for sure. Can know that much, I know.
Know this.
You do know it's a criminal offense. Is that it? Here, it's a condemned criminal. It was a murder, Governor. It's a conviction. You won't break your silence.
Hold it!
Carry out the plan in its entirety.
I could at the time. And then locate such after to escape. Tell me.
What the plan to?
You're getting the jock out of the jail, nothing more.
Tell you if anything about what happened after that. Only
Me, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Excuse me!
thank you. Mr. Vigil, something wrong? Yes, sir? What can I do for you, sir? You saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? The clever Kingdom was just saying seemed to upset you. Will it bring something to mind, perhaps? Last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. Betrayed by my superiors, in the name of my country.
Thought I was betrayed, it seems.
See, thinking back now, I can't imagine that shooting Mr. Sogi in the cemetery is ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it doesn't make sense, does it? Make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the pass of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. A treachery the worst kind. The point is, the judge was always to betray him. Why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Ah! Yes, that's quite true.
If we ever negotiate with Second never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain. It would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence.
Fast chamber secret said it was Barclay, behind the high prison walls. What really went on in the execution room now? It's an insane mystery, certainly.
Truth be told, there's a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. Vito, some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Sogi and the body at the top.
Doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Kaden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have. Admitting your formal testimony. Gods. Why? Go on then.
Hold it!
Crimes. That's what he had to bargain with, surely. Can I see that myself? Well, the prosecution know of conclusive evidence against the Carlac. Eh? You mean? Scholar during the final victim's autopsy. What are the
Objections!
It's all very well. Nothing has been proven. 10 years ago, you like... You can't establish that happened flawed evidence. Having done this. Aye, that's right. Yes. Nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. Is that so? Makes this astute point. Logically, it seems no negotiation could have taken place. But the plan to break the man out of the prison was definitely put into practice. Been armed with something. Ah! Final weapon! That's what that's all about. I get it now. Sugi-san agreed to confess the crimes because he was sure to be broken out of prison later. I don't think that Kasuma-sama's father would have engaged this negotiation. Even compelled him to agree. What a terrible thing. The law to legitimize such an underhand dealings with this desperate man. To double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo? No, it doesn't. And I can't quite put my finger on what yet. Case? Just keep thinking until we identify the problem. I'm thinking he was armed with something alright. His final weapon, as he put it. This last will and testament is kind of... I don't know what this really proves exactly. So, but I'm gonna make you hold this objection anyways.
Objection!
Doesn't under oath to mercy to commit on a verbal surge later being broken out of prison. Shinsugi is taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. He just thought the British breaking their word and executing beneath closed doors anyway. Since this, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Sugi must have had a trump card. Guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Kind of weapon. Hey boss, I couldn't possibly have had anything like that. You know that he did, Governor. The Yasugi papers. The name given to the last will and testament against Shinosugi. Ah! It's not that Mr. Yasugi is hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Border Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did you, you little rat? I'll not tell you to keep that a secret. You can't touch me now. Yeah! Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars in the convict cell. So you plead with the border. What's on that paper? The last will and testament. What was that? What? Yes. Pork. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
weapon.
They announced that the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense to jailbreak. That document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. The person was searched for the belongings in the cell, but that well was just nowhere to be found. So I understand it. An exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Sugi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Sugi Papers have the potential to make a great wave somehow. Jinx! The place are you blathering about? The Wilson, right bottom. Somewhere I said it would be. Well, how can I be? When is that? Switch the place to the bottom. Do a proper job, eh? You peanut while I can loot. You can't criticize me now. To your fault, did I not, young lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. Written in Japanese and reads, Last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Everything is as it should be. Quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. It would have given the convict any leverage.
No suggesting, my young friend. The last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years. It's actually a fake?
As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was fired from above board.
Front is an affront to the entire British legal system. What is what? Dick.
What? No, I definitely heard him say that. I swear.
Get to the bottom of this. So-called Asogi Papers. Time. Where's fake? Where's the real document?
Objection!
Back by the issue 10 years ago. Everything. Very nearly his own life. Going to do it again. Brand him a liar, turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. President's hiding something. Clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. Clear that somebody isn't Christians of base. Just gonna gloss over these obvious and reprehensible facts. Do you say? More for the chief warder! Then testify again! The trial must go on! Its voice must be heard!
Seeing that the local few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well done. Let the witness testify again. Precisely what you think you saw.
Only a convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. It all comes down to you. The Asogi Papers. What's condemned convicts? I attended to Mr. Sugi and kept watch over his cell. That there was something good in court, doing something with that will in the cell. Turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution. To no avail. Word about these Asogi Papers when the director came in telling me about them. Folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. Komodo, I think it's called. Press, 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 press! Komodo, that's a lie! Such evidence to the man's cell. Through all his clothes. Can't be true.
I don't want we Finganka.
Well, nothing you could do about it now. Naruhodo won't be anymore. Well, you take over my cravat, of course. So, what are you gonna do, is it? Vigil? Vigil. You're being choked by a ghost! Gonna give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Yeah. Little and large. With a double act.
Sugi's way as fast as possible. Fix the delivery to his family home in Japan. Courtesy to the homeland, the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. Obliged. What's belongings arrive safely. Aye, and you can now deny the handwriting of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really? Smith was the man's last weapon, was it? Well, it was merely proudly, knowing his end was nigh. Self-defense? Cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
So would that mean that you converse with Mr. Segi? Yes, certainly. This precious little time before his execution is due. Remarkably calm, considering his states are very not much numbered. Honestly, good idea to strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yeah, he confessed himself to the crimes. I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day to recall his reply. Guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes. So tranquil and intelligent. Put me in the mind of an Eastern holy man. The will you saw him with. What can you tell us about that? Meaning of all the trauma. Remember it very well. Yes.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. What you are? You didn't tell me. Blatant breach of trust, that was. The dark man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. Reading what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. Ah, so when exactly was the will penned? Well, for the man was reminded in Barclay, obviously. The prosecutor's office on the stipulation of relevant authorities. To make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was spent by the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. Oh. Food. Ah. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in a convict's cell. Ooch, well. To point? Well, Governor? Can I be extended? Can no one works at the prosecutor's office? Case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter? Nailed off an explanation here and now. Notary responsible to will at the time. Discovered in his cell, it's clearly a system of what was expected. You know why. Thing is about that well.
Hold it!
It's the governor who ordered a search for the well, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes. And when I reported back that we couldn't find it, grabbed me by the crime out and yelled, "You can have this be completely my face." Aye, well, doing the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should. It's a wee taste of some medicine, this Naruhodo. The point is, it's clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? Fine. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. The cuddling article. This good mass murderer who risen from the dead. Oh, you mean... The article based on Mr. Draper's experience in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. But that news went to the governor's office.
That's when the awful accusation was made. The Ryunoske escaped from prison, resulting in immediate dismissal. And I really don't remember anything after that.
Listen, I had no choice. Couldn't have done anything else.
Hold it!
That directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak?
Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office. It's on it. Didn't came before, and I don't get enough now.
I can tell you, it's not my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document.
There'll be someone inside this better cell.
Document. Is that the wording?
Document, not will. Aye, that's what it said.
Clutching at straws here. Just wonder, it was really Ryunose's last will and testament that it was the center the directive was after.
Hold it!
Ryunose's coming now?
Aye, what he brought with him when he was locked up.
I understand.
That's right.
He's granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. He did not provide his personal significance, I remember. Very reluctant to part with them. Some books, a kimono, his sword. His sword!
Karuma, the famous sword of the Soki clan. It's the soul of my family.
I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Being a sword man. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon?
Ryunoske.
Respectful silence?
Files, all sides. Such shackles on their ankles. For anybody with that thing.
Still. Sword. No writing materials.
Aye.
It could be saved for some lazy.
Dumo's asked
To bring the necessary Japanese writing inputs in the prosecutor's office. Inkstone, black cement ink, and some Hershey rice paper, no doubt.
they wrote it. I'm sorry to say.
Where's this looking screaming mark? Thank you.
Not gonna bother reading that.
Be feeling faint, Mr. Vigil. Mr. Vigil! Sir! Of Scarlet, sir!
What?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Not like that. A swing and more explaining would be helpful. Is this something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of significance? Hold on. Possibly or possibly not.
Most of my headphones came out. That's rude.
Can't tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense has to Mr. Vigil be remain to test stubbornness with this possibly or possibly not important detail.
Mission granted.
Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. Thank you. Because if that's so, I'm afraid I'm gonna need you to hold this objection. Scarlet colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? Haves again! You've no evidence to say that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Again! Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It's that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. So it does. Scarlet ink? I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. I would have to guess that they don't all go around with the ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wits is not appreciated. Well-bred and fastidious man. His fingertips. He would have cleaned them immediately. Your point, Counsel. Lord Clint Van Zieks' writing in that unusually colored ink must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? Something troubled me at the time. What's that? At the scene, the lid of my brother's ink well was open. Not such things. It seemed unusual. And Nicole because Nicole's ever found. The document my father had in his hand that night in the cell was the same document Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing most before his death. Then it was. If Mr. Vigil says what is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil! Sir! I spotted Mr. Sleek with the document in his cell. Precise words were as follows, were they not? Paper. Spoon Testament. Well, it's the only weapon I have left now. A-less Spoon Testament. You'll know his wording. The conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says. From what we now know, completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Isogi said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Isogi. It was the last one testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks! No. What? Everyone is freaking out. This is madness. That's one testament? I mean, I'm chosen to die. Is what it would mean, yes. No! Impossible. Only have a question. What Van Zieks? So, day and night. What happened? But what's the conclusion? Never! The shock is done. Huh. That obscene.
Objection.
That he was willing his will most for his death. Document. Contain. Any circumstances whatsoever. My father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. So damning that it brought the power set me to enact that daring jailbreak prop. Yes! I mean, no question that will damned in the information of the utmost secrecy. Well, secrecy? Ah! No, it couldn't be. Enough! This notion of phantom will nobody attests to. So it's absolutely
Objections.
No, my lord. That's unacceptable. Do you say, counsel? Behind this position was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. It's presented to Clint largely looked at as a possibility. To its conclusion! The possible means of knowing the contents of that document. So, a man of high noble standing would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate their jailbreak of a condemned killer. No! The only explanation that fits those facts. Unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. So Naruhodo. However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. This is it, though. So hold on to your head high. Keep soldiering on. Come on, Ryunoske. Let's do this. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zeeks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asuki is able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in that will were related to the Professor case. Statement is merely conjecture. Getting up, man! Skate! As these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. Believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks was in fact. Here we go, Ryunoske. No turning back. A confession. We have to do this. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zeeks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor. And his true identity.
Objection!
Enough! Counsel. What are you saying? You even realize version about the true identity of the Professor? That would mean Lord Van Zeeks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. It's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. Man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asuki at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zeeks himself. Open, is it? Pandora's box. Van Zeeks' family have been for sure for years. Zeeks got just as the capital. Clear mass murderer, a perpetrator. As nature. We found out. Finished. My brother. No, this is too awful. I like Van Zeeks. You ever suspect there's Naruhodo? Bert Van Zeeks is a brilliant prosecutor. Conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was. Order in the court. Van Zeeks. Sir made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmong, who's a well-known hunting dog, called him a giant. I don't believe this. My brother would go hunting in the forest at the grounds behind the house. To Balmong. Its deaf creature passed away too.
almost as if he were following his master. A magnificent hunting dog. Oh wait, the jewel-studded collar?
The jewel-studded collar!
Right, though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night.
Studded collar, stolen by a thief. It so happens that some of my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London.
How could you?
Emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. Top of a small crown, and bore an ornate capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B?
Oh my, you know what?
It's an insignia of the Baskerville family.
What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now?
It's the family name of my late brother's widow.
Her gold emblems
An ending which could acquired upon their marriage.
That's how the Baskervilles are tied into this game?
The color you describe as Balmong's.
The releasing of Lord Clint Van Zeke's widow. Considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Hunting could have been from his quarry, of course.
Could equally have been from human prey.
Sure then. Zeke's really was the professor? Possible! Their own! Royals was a noble himself. To be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. Knew that. Was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. Traitor, laying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, unite, Lord Strongheart!
The past. It's still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. So now anonymity remains. Diabolical murder was caught and executed. Very well then. You may have the truth.
Tell me then! Tell me what Clint really was!
Lord Clint Van Zeek was too pure of heart. He became rascal and went into pursuit of blackwards of crime. He drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish for oneself.
Clint. That was not what I was expecting.
Miraculous 100 years of Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. Industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. New developments meant even deeper shadows are cast on society, sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, daily to fill the darkness. Van Zeek made it his mission to combat that darkness. He went on, slowly ate his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed. By a Japanese.
Once again? What do you mean?
Years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night.
The professor? Now, Mr. Ashore wanted to search his home at once!
Absurd.
Paragon of Justice here. The point is why none of you British can see it. This is the version with he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes.
You have evidence. Having definitive as yet. Savachan on this day. Suckacy. As if he's got dog. It's commonplace here in Britain. Can't possibly put Scott Yard. It's based on the tenuous accusation of physics. Suki's play. So, took upon himself to visit the Van Zeek's mansion on his own. Now what happened between the two men? You know the outcome, of course. Old Van Zeek's perished. I don't believe this. So in actual fact, Kasama-sama's father did. He made the late Lord Van Zeek's meet the same fate. Her and Professor Killings. The drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. It happened. And what about the will? So you must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. This isn't such a document at that time. This must really suck for him, by the way. Me peasant who knew the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, until to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? Who's you then? Pin the crimes on my father! It would need to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Despicable ruse. Arcade evidence! Care of it. Okay, naturally. Gregson. Rest. Why you after Walker? Can't do something like that. There's no question that it was the city who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. We witnessed that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, no doubt it was Japanese fella. Constricted reserve is against the man. And that doesn't keep a dog. Sort of a murder weapon to boot. Shut on time, Gregson. Man's rampage for the good of the country. Whatever measures necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey. Now that all the puzzle pieces are solved, what we got? The black skirt. Him, was it? Some hired help? Dr. Wilson. Toxie. Well, that's guilty to charge brought against him. Accusers. Silently accept the charges. That part. Man, my father despised such lettering to duties. It's extremely easy to make him comply. What weakness? Obvious. You, Kazuma-san. Me. You have no desire to return to your homeland, Sorry. What? 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention. Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! You choose wisely or not. It will be closely got to trial by order of Her Majesty. Well, no trouble in stifling them. One outcome for you, basically. The gallows. Forget you still have a weapon at my disposal. The truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it had escaped my mind. I'm willing to bargain with you. To protect this country's law and order. You understand. What's it to be, Hisoki? prisoner. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. Protect this country's law and order at any cost. I'm super evil, by the way. Never dare let myself even consider this possibility until now. In light of all this treachery, I have to ask. Hide the reef at the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mill Strongheart? Brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barracks? It's better your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reach justice for his sibling. There'd be a more appetizing tale for London's masters, I ask you. What brazen... You played a part to perfection. Well, really wasn't that some embodiment of death? No, you were London's guardian angel. With bloody hands? I think not. Cooperate with me hard if to have to participate in my plan. Gregson, Wilson. A minute is one tiresome to ensure that the finger guilt can never rest on you. So that you exalted as the demigod, the Reaper King. Where'd it go? Japan. Right. Played the services of his young protege after that. That's according to Scythe. Scythe! Ready to reach for the Bailey. This is sacred law and order in Almighty Capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who signed the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it's all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Did it? Collection of crimes. Still. Reaper's hands were rotten to the core anyway. So I'm here to keep everyone safe. You're enough now to reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Those four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. Appreciate the report to my requests. Is, of course, for the good of the country. You think, can he do this? The trial really in now?
Hold it!
I have one last question. We're accused. More Van Zeeks. What? I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor. I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. Suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. Once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. Since justice is extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were leading the country down for their own gain. They were nobles. They were untouchable. My brother, it was a source of great turmoil. The professor began his terrifying reign. In the time of the professor killings, did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once, really. It wasn't the culprit. Conclusion at the time. I don't believe that now. This is what the idea. The third victim. Lord Chief Justice at the time. If he had my brother's potential, I trained him as a prosecutor. Just thinking that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. Will do. We're going to say still lock this up. We cannot hope to reach a conclusion. The harm. Them against Suki. Well, explain. Whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. The court is adjourned. Pull the bunny! Pull the bunny! Pull the bunny! Pull the bunny! Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th-hour discovery. What discovery? My lord! I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. Beg your pardon? Court has been reminded today already. We must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. To that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. Ah! Strong heart, you idiots. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zeek's recollection about his brother. Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. Now that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. Or if it's a contradiction. And I'm definitely just said something contradictory. Trying to identify who. Well. Strongheart, I know it was you, you idiot. It was Lord Strongheart, sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunoske, think back over his word. Find the problem. Don't walk me off. Once we debate this matter now, it's not hard to reach a conclusion. Only 2 excellent pieces of evidence. Bring that act of incriminating evidence condemned Genshin. Last will and testament penned in black ink left behind by the free-page last will, is it? Free? That's Lord Strongheart. Would you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? One of the statements you made just a few moments ago. The thing you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? The most an inconsistency remains. Since it's the right to pursue an explanation. Only about the statements you are making, Counsel. Very well prove fatal. Contradiction? Which piece of evidence, I ask you? You made your mistake, Strongheart. And I saw it twice. The Asogi papers. This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-page will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were the free-page last will and testament. Ah! Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? Get wrecked! Moment, I thought perhaps you identified something worthwhile. It's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Okay then. Hey, what can I do for you, sir?
pen is less one to say. Oi! The black. Like scarcely to say. What's up, my lord? Foot page at a time. Why? The actual word there. Mine correctly. Third, it's a message to his lad back in Japan. It's required on his will. Nor did any uncultivated words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? Side that the third page ought need be sent.
Objection!
Make that decision. Right to know what it said. Hear my father's final words to me. There's no place for sentimentality, Cancel. So happens. I have the third page of the document with me here right now. My father's message. The end of these proceedings. Be too late once the trial's over. Well, it says now. May give us a final clue. Get the hell out of here. My lord! Sugi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. This is denied. No more. Words can be of no consequence.
Objection!
Agrees. From that message, evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, Keaton. We'll read the front page of the document for all present here. Yes, sir! Only, I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read worm language. Brother Henry? Shame on you, Barry. Shame on you, Barry. The assistant here. Be happy to translate the words in English for the whole. Father! So here are you, Dr. Bigatoba. Naturally, as a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. She quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. And cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. The darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. Haikupo, twist thy head. Father. Karuma, name of the Isogi clan's famous sword. I don't know all. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head. I'm about to do what's called a dumb move maneuver. Hey. Katana Soto submitted its evidence earlier in these proceedings. Warned by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Gosh, names are beginning to try my patience. Determined that this court is long overdue. Judge, I have been accommodating as possible the way of the courtroom. That. Lost all sense of morality. Normal fact.
Objection!
How dare you! I'll leave that to my brother. It's fast. I never hope to know more than we do now. Well, they pen and his fine words appears to have been lost forever. Well, he appeared to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I don't know why. Time and time again during these proceedings. You did. As an interest of protecting British law and order. By now. Achieved a reduction in crime to capital seats.
Well, Inspector Gregson then.
Dr. Wilson! They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your own ends. And you had them killed!
However you dress it up. There's nothing fair or just about that.
What's wrong? Is it that you're hiding? Mikatoba. Not quite.
Or to the translation of your former associates.
Wait, unless it is supported by evidence.
Seeing that, the defense has no more evidence to present.
Case.
What all discuss on these proceedings to be struck from the record. My last chance.
Naruhodo!
Present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over.
Can I?
Wait, my lord. As it happens, this does have evidence to present.
What? Don't be upset. Let me get value is remaining for the time.
Objection!
Time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour. Had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. Ryunoske, what do you have?
I dare say. The final, decisive piece of evidence.
Reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale.
How can you... Decisive? Well, it appears there's no escaping it now, my lord.
So then, present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma if you're capable.
This is a dumb plan, I'm not gonna lie, but I'm gonna follow this to its end.
Take that!
What did I say, Counsel? Capable.
No. Well, that didn't work. Ryunoske, Suki-san negotiated with Lord Strongheart 10 years ago. Will testament Lord Clint Van Ziek's bargaining power. His death can be found in a cell in the prison. The fact that it was never found mean somewhere undiscovered all these years. Wait. Is it under this freaking ring? Did he hide it under the ring? There is no way.
Well, seems you're intent on more self-destruction.
Take that!
No, that's not helpful. Oh, wait. I had and watched them fall, all their mortal foes. What? Your head. Oh. Development of katana some time ago. Sure, probably where. Head, part of the very end of the hilt. It's head in Japanese. It's pronounced as Karsha. Karsha. The butt of the hilt. You don't think. Is that with parchment? Well, ink! Will and Testament. The final moments for my inevitable willing death. This is it, isn't it? The end. Van Zeeks. The date, 10 years ago, on that fateful night. Still, the Kuruma nobody knew. Testament from Van Zeeks. Wait. Oh my goodness. Unbelievable. Okay, I found it. Well, down to the wire, by the way. That makes this much better, because I'm an idiot.
Take that!
Here! There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Antiques. Huh! Wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. In case of that escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only, I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Impossible! Supper. Something comes back to this well. And this document. This key that will unlock the entire mystery. Yeah. You're finished now, Strongheart. My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? Rolled up inside this. Inside Karuba! Weapon Genshin Asugi attained was laying undisturbed in the hill of the sword all these years. Waiting for the right time to emerge. Reveal the truth! Seals certainly look official. My God, it's true. I bought his handwriting. Can be no mistake. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. Can't do that, my lord. This document, but it can explain everything. You started meaning of justice in this country. Hand it to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be? You already know what's written on this page? What are you implying?
Objection!
Boo! Do that, my lord.
And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice.
I beg your pardon. Reason? Any trial. Trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. It's real treason. You're done for. We did pin a will that day. Japanese man said. Read it out now. Lieutenant will fight duty. Well, right here, Pierre. The proceedings aren't going to go quite as you hope. You fools. That Ryunoske, read it! Prosecution gives it full support. Very well done. No, for God's sake. No! I had to give him the epic no.
I penned this, my last will and testament, the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. Oh, it's 11 p.m. and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He's expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual, the duel, and I may depart this world with honor. An honor which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of this Van Zieks estate, hereby confess to the following. I'm the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. Not here to discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed a common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. It's impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. Though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor fellow, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. Heard over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. In that threat, I've done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. Watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hounds I commanded. I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. No path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast you'll throw every time you swallow.
Now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. An extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you!
Strongheart, a moment ago.
In this country, you weren't trying to protect justice at all. What you're trying to do is conceal the secret of your true nature in the countless lives you sacrificed up till now!
It just didn't make sense to me.
Third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, is my brother's benefactor, a man of lofty principles.
As I said,
Clean had no possible reason to kill the man.
you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart?
Well, it ain't the man who stood between you and the office you set your sights on. Your whole hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down.
To be done. Its unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths.
It's because I thought the root. Oh, just don't concede that. Weak.
The principles, you say?
Tantamount to cowardice if you ask me.
This place, in order to fight the crime keeps alive to spread like wildfire.
The man?
Ariba. It's explained countless times already. Down to furtherance of law and order.
Objection.
My father now too. Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. We intend to send him back to Japan, as we agreed. Believe it was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? Following his mock execution. To locate cemetery 3 times the line. Chikaku. Judge Chikaku? He decided to manage Asogi's treatment after his reparation. Listen. Manipulate. Years ago, they did trial for the destruction of the witness stand with him. The position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his. He couldn't agree fast enough. A fool. Subsequently interred. Spread for ran out of air. With a plan. Mazonic is about digging up graves. See. Enoch Dreamer. Of course, any grave robbers forget the London's cemeteries. Night. Found the convict was really executed. With the very foundations of the Empire. Then what do we do? Did your cockroach shoot us so get once? Reba! No. Pull the trigger! Shoot! For the shadow. Oh, blood sprayed over his coat. No. Which is emerged. Marvelous presence at the scene as well. Made her swear to 2 things. Remove the professor's mask, and never to speak at the events of that night. Was buried along with Asogi's corpse. What really happened in the Logate Cemetery that night? Now please break down for realsies, sir. Shigaku, your Japanese acquaintance, killed Asogi in the end, you see, to be the man's friend. But when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Shigaku left the courtroom earlier. He said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. Forced him to the graveyard. Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. Came to light he murdered compatriot 10 years earlier. Everything. No. Sleep at night. Wild. I'm sure that justifies a law and order range.
Objection.
Burn from the truth. What crime at all? Okay. And his death.
Objection.
The scenes he systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. The blade. The only way to protect our justice is in public order. Forget the others you had killed as well. Help us Reaver to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more.
Enough! To the corners of those wretched criminals! Fight fire with fire! Won't you prevent a reaper? Spin my struggle! Nothing! Lindsay's heroes worked tirelessly just in court, whilst enduring the disgrace the Reaper name. Inspector Gregson filed with English for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Genshin Asogi risks his life going through in pursuit of the truth you have tried to hide. Now the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little, when will you get through your fixed jaws? It's all for Queen and Country? I'm tiring of that excuse. Consistently twist the truth for a bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. This feeling suggests you don't ever talk of justice again. Yeah. It's over, Strongheart. What the frick are you doing? Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows. Dear me! It's a round of applause, I think, for quite a marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Now it's Queen's English! Thanks for that, I still got the picture of industriousness. What? Hypocrisy. Misunderstand? Really, it's exactly as you both said. What are you trying to say? London's underworld and, how did you put it? Done nothing? A little embarrassing now that pointed out quite so starkly, but yes. Have done nothing, which means indicted for nothing. No. What? You are not getting away. It's true, personally. No crime. You've been surrounded by fools. Very rashly indeed. You can't get away with that. You can sleep right on people's weaknesses. And what? Threaten them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I'd like to address all the good lords, ladies and gentlemen, to share here present. Well, no, these dark recesses in our great capital. Deep down, I believe you also know. To fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. Good sense now. Consider the situation with me. This catalogue of horrifying revelations would have come common knowledge among the 6 men inhabitants of London. What might happen? The men of lawyers and nobles were respected by the aristocracy himself. Was fabricated and escaped his trial amid secret negotiations of Pascas to effect a jailbreak. Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. The public had written knew the truth. Police in the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Order in the capital would completely break down. Back to the lawless days of the last century. It's like 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. The accomplishments of policing force set of laws. We want to continue to protect the law and order. Again. At times, I expect Dr. Sessions. Despite an apprehended, the man responsible for taking Inspector Grayson's life. Something that was trial. As it had been discussed, literally from the minutes of these proceedings, in the interest of preserving law and order. Queen, of course. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what say you? What's the point? You're stronger, it's done, quite unforgivable. On the other hand, do you maintain law and order in the capital?
night at the Fair of the Reaper. It's done wonders for Karen, right? If what means all foul, it's all things explode stronger. You hearing this? The village Ryunoske. Sip. Rousing response, friends. Access my heart for gratitude. In accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased. Select a man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. Conclusively proven his guilt. Still he managed to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Ryunoske. Looks like the Truro really is going to come to an end now. I'm out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. I'm afraid there's one last piece of evidence for you, sir. Yes, as I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. But, Sir Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? No idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there's ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now! The time is now, Ryunoske. One more time! The lucky charm! Oh my! Yes! Sir Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier. Was all Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now? No doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. I think it must be time for the great detective to take the center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely! Take the hair by the ears then! And heave! Right, here goes! Heave! Ow, 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 ow! But if it has, must remind you every time, gentle tug will suffice. Sholmes! In quite the wrong direction. Hello? I'm over here! Ah! Mr. Naruhodo! He's... It's Mr. Sholmes! Alright, let's take you back, Sholmes. Glad to be here again. Lord Strongheart. What a meaning of this? Be a Caesar! The man in irons! This is a close call. One was already, man. What the? We can't get a hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him. That's right. Dance away, my man. But don't waste it. You see, the you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow, an image, if you will. I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Familiar, I wonder. The invention known as the telephone. Well, yes. I heard that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. Where it's converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Right, sounds transmitted. So could the images not keep the company I'm used? Smallest experimentation developed such a device specifically for this very day. Experimentation, Mr. Sholmes? The modest description. Incidentally, I thought we might just transmit an entire scene. Incidentally, Mr. Sholmes, now you're just being immodest. Do you need to say? You're not actually here, Sholmes. Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. He might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner. What we might want to get out, which one are you? Me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, it put a very poor grasp of the situation. Reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking. Where exactly are you? Very question I'm awaiting. So, enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be! Palace?
Buckingham Palace, Mrs. Izzo. Never heard of it. Ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there? Ah, well, no. Currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Her Majesty, so. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. Well, what? You about to be destroyed, sir. What's all this about? The palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. Order in the court and immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen? You can't be. I mean, no. It's some sort of unforgivable, distasteful trickery by a very distasteful. That's all. Distasteful trickery? Not description. But I think that was a shared and rare event. Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. Decided to show her. From start to finish. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. You did of her like Sholmes' remote cinematography. You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. Standing before you, forgetting you to talk my latest invention. Not even third. That the reverse is also true. You don't mean. Seen and heard every mode of the proceedings. Then there would be no objection. After all, child, this country is conducted under Her Majesty, as you know. You. I'm quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion. The unforgettably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No! How's Mitty? Oh, sorry to keep you all waiting. Vic and I had so much to talk about. Oh, so the Queen is currently Queen Victoria. Iris, there you are! In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. A message? Well then, if everyone's sitting comfortably, ahead. While with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. In this country, needn't be administered from those shadows at all. Strongheart. The darkness he fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. It's over! In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal! Adjourned! Court is adjourned! Smash. Flop. Pathetic. Uh-oh. Oops. Okay, that's kind of an epic frame to go out on, not gonna lie. Get destroyed. Absolutely, 100% destroyed. Look, Vincent's left a will in which he confessed to everything. So it came out of Asugi's mouth. Arranged me completely. Do anything and everything in my power. Contain this situation. Find a damn document. Such a cell. Wasn't there. Yeah, big pot. I've seen it. What do you mean? I need to attend that will. It's all consuming. If I facilitated see, he would emerge with that will somewhere. This person.
despite stitching his limp body in the cemetery that night, eluded me. Lost my mind. But it was concealed in the sword's hilt.
And now your end. Who can even make this court end exactly? Now.
It pains me now that my brother left this world without a word to me.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case.
Sorry? How can that be?
There's more to his last will and testament.
What?
As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Baroque, you've always looked up to me, and now you follow my footsteps to become a prosecutor. My fervent wish, my unspeakable deed should not hinder your advancement. Not for understanding, for none can understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. Agree to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. Confess my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. My eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend. I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks.
Clint.
It's so weird to see three people behind the bar, you know. Now you, I want you to go away. Male Strongheart, you collude with Sir Shirajikoko to criminal plot so meant to span the oceans. You cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. Why are you sad about that now, a whole decade later?
We've ascended to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. For that promotion, I need to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine?
Or perhaps a clock, you might say.
That's just a step away.
And for your ambition to succeed. Did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something?
Such as?
Which adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. Really, the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. Ah. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. Therefore, that we entrust the final education to an old friend. My lord! As my brother Sherry, in following the proceedings in the gallery, will say, I shan't ever forget this extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blinded justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled, thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. The Defense Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord? On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord.
The first time I faced you in court, under a year ago now, at the faintest of intimations.
British justice, so wanton twisted over its long history, responded to no change.
This might just be the man to do it.
What? At the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. Overcome my hatred of the Japanese.
The circumstances of my brother's death.
Naruhodo.
Allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part.
You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Oh, our fancies. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Susato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. Not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. The best for last, Mr. Naruhodo, but a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. This guiding light that always leads to happiness. But that principle for a long time now. But actually, it's not true. It can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. There are those who feel the need to hide the truth. Who do it instinctively, even. If we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. From there it grows, until it eventually makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. But that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. While we continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well, I must excuse myself now. Before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. Well, beautiful composed case against Lord Strongheart, where I see would have been unable to act. You and your fellows. Since correcting British justice systems have been silent. Thank you very much. Oh, so pass the cost again somewhere. Well done. Good that this long trial has finally come to an end. It's over. Apologies for the anxiety caused, my lord. Quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barak Van Zeeks. Conclusion to the proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Barak Van Zeeks, not guilty! Yeah, buddy! That is all. Court is adjourned. For real. It's over. The game is over. 4th November, 4:21 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. It really is all over. Did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo. Really must congratulate you. It's truly splendid performance. Honestly, could be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. I'm gonna get bathroom real quick. We're gonna wrap up the game. The main game. Next time on the stream, we're gonna be doing the side content. Thank you very much. Really couldn't have done it without your eyesight for all. This is a tell. Oh. It's meaning so much for me. This is a very splendid show, Naruhodo. You slip mine in here. Flip right a glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. Exposing the truth. I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh well, in that case... I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Vinzique's smiling face, everything will seem much better. As if. This isn't a... Everything seems worse. It's a face like thunder. Oh dear. Really shouldn't have presumed. Although that's his default, to be fair. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Yeah, it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. You've risen to the level of excellence you demonstrate today. Well, it's quite remarkable. But I suppose the most impalatable truth you could have ever imagined in court today. I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just a feeble excuse of a coward. You also have a steadfast eye for the truth of what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. Fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Vinzique, you would make a fine Lord Chief Justice. Oh. Oh, thank you. What magnanimous words. Richard de Kazama-sama would have smiled on his very face at this very moment if he were here. Kazama. Oh, hi! Why are you here? Miss Izuto. There's another face like thunder here. Oh my, he really was here. But Vinzique. Congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me? Or curse me? Fit to bring down the Reaper. Apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps forgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. Now I can offer no forgiveness. That said, suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I'll hold them dear. Kazuma-sama. I must say, thing that's still bothering me. What's that? But Lord claimed Vinzique's for help before his duel with my father. Fine detective, a hunter worthy of respect. Agreed to honor my final two wishes. That this document survives. Second, I cannot commit to favor. My sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. Eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend. I rest my quill. Clint Vinzique. What was that second thing? What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father? 10 years ago, as you know, day before the execution was scheduled, prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? You agreed to it. Sure, and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. Need to worry about me. Wait, Yujin? I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done.
I'm going to tell you an address.
I need you to go there at once, in secret and telling no one. Find a lady Gentry hiding there. Gentry? Not in a good way. She's with child. The birth is imminent. Wait! As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're our only hope. I think I know who that child is. Child yours, Gibson. Don't be daft. If that was asked to be by a man I knew. Stylish. My goodness! I would help. And I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. It should happen to me. I need to ask you that same favor. I'm the only person that I control now. What did you say? Is something should happen to you? Like, we're going to be... No, do you? What life will bring you? Right then. The address. I'll head there at once. Sure, no, not with him. Hold on. Favor I'm asking of you. And only you. You should. Right, see. Very well done. I'll call the train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. Plus, you will nowhere. Plus, I'm hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. It's on the floor at the back of the darkened room. In mortal danger. Could waters to facilitate labor before she wake in further. Torturous birth. Humanly possible for her and her child. In the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. Tragically, efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. The newborn girl in my arms I wept for, longer than I care to remember. In something of a daze, I looked around at the room. Little in it, an old travel trunk caught my eye. Clearly been well looked after over the years. From top quality leather with fine stitching. It's when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. Baskerville? You mean, was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeeks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense! I couldn't entrust the child to my kid in that case. We even had a daughter. I suppose you didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he confessed everything to his wife. And beside herself with worry for her child. Should any of the professor were ever to be made public, would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. And the solution is to distance the young girl from the Van Zeek family as much as possible. I don't believe it. In his final hour, Lord Van Zeek made the obvious choice. I thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. My promise to Genshin, of course. However, a month later, summoned back to Japan. Disclosing the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Oh, how awful. Sizatao, you're an idiot. Completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. Him if he would be a father to her. That? Mr. Shums, I presume? Yes. One look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Shums, a heart of gold. Really, all it can be said is that I did it for the child. It's to give her a name. Oh? I come to Britain, trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. It's her name that I gave to the little girl. The wife's name, Professor Mikotoba. In other words, the name of my mother. Ayame Mikatoba. Oh, that's right. AI. Or in English, Iris. Iris! I had no idea. Ding dong. Ouch! Naruhodo, what's wrong? This little thing just hit you in the back from my trouser pocket. Hard! Oh, my difference. Can you hear me? Shoshone, is that you? Ow! Yes, we can hear you now. You do? Let that be a listen to you. Shoshone, we weren't able to thank you properly before. You were simply marvelous. Move with a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? It's past myself, I feel. Turn to me that to stop the Lord Chief Justice would require much such measures. Bruno, Susie! Oh, Iris! Oh, so pleased, what a wonderful outcome! Queen Vicky said she thought my special bun was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. Well, no one brews more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Have a party to celebrate! Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too. What? You should see your, her. I'm afraid I couldn't. The Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again. Who has now been exposed to be his, what's the word again? Shrek. Point being, she's the daughter of his brother. No, really? Oh, pooh. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. Now, won't you forget. Bye for now, then. Right, Iris. Thanks for your help earlier. But that was nothing. Just come back home soon. Ow! Final pinch goodbye, was it? Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Come to me. Certainly. Naruhodo, let me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. May we meet again in a court of law somewhere. Wait, Lord Van Zeeks. Yes? What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no! I intend to publicize the full truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Does the man once feared of the mighty Rupert of Bailey? I beg your pardon? Past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast among the dark forces yourself. You've finally been freed from that dispute. Battle's just beginning, surely. Wow, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. Very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. Tend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunoske Naruhodo. Sumosogi. It was as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. What's up, Iris? Tonight's dinner. We must. Case complete. It's then that I came to an important decision about my future. 4th November, 6:25 p.m. Shums is sweet. I'm home! Gina! Ah! About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Oda. What are you doing with that? Colorful piece of history. It's a party, ain't it? It's gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. And you ain't got fire. Smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? So, girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right. I'll remember that. I don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. Let's see this. Quite an extraordinary thing. Sure, it's fire extinction. Big deal, thought now. We can tell that. Or from this great detective. Regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. Side the whistle. I guess, already supposed to Swedish runaway. Concealed himself. Leave. Yes. Say, if you can tell about. Surprise. Because I was there at the scene as well. Sholmes. What? You were? Lucy didn't say you before. Not quite the set I was expecting to behold. But still. To feel privileged to see it. Well, Mr. Sean, Professor Mikatoba, I'm back from the Bailey. Too soon. What's Mrs. Ato waits? So Mrs. are looking so happy in a very long time. Right now, here you are. On the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. To the friendly boats. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yep. I'm losing me copper's copper and coming back to what I know best. It's a diary's life for me. Leaving the police force, but why, Guinea? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... And anyway, no matter how hard I try, Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver-turned dick, is he? Well, people can change, you know? Ah yes, that reminds me. We thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. Eh? It's the inspector's pocket watch. The crown has been reattached. It's a pride and joy, symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. And yes, without fail, used every second of Scott Brown's remarkable career. Now, stop. To keep the memory of Inspector Grigson's career alive, taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me! There ain't no one else! That was called guilt tripping. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yes, Skinny. Yes, he was. Oh yeah, and I made you a promise on all, didn't I, Iris? I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh, about that. Then decide I'll do it, I swear. Find your dad and bring him back kicking and screaming. About that. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think Gina might be best to, well, I'd like you to forget that promise, Guinea. Eh? Iris? Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've got such a lot of trouble trying to find out. For so many people. Hurley, Reno, Professor Mickey... Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
But anyway, I decided to give up on it. Because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name or where he is from. Would you agree, Hurley?
Oh, that's sweet. With every word, Iris.
Thank you, Hurley.
Thank you, Daddy. Hug. Give her a hug, you damn idiot. Thank you, Mikataba. Yes, Sholmes? I think I'd express my gratitude to you. Oh? 6 years. You and I solved many a mystery together. During that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. A moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. Never have experienced it. Were it not for you. You old softy, Sholmes. Confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well done. It just calls for leafy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh well, food would go cold, but that's the only problem. Next week, early? Are you sure we get along enough, Iris? You two are idiots, and I love you too. This is the most troubling of cases. I've been reeling from the most shocking of revelations. Returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, it's always warmth and happiness to be had. One of the world's greatest detective. In my home too, with my greatest family. For November, 9:37 p.m., Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. Attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. Certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I lived here. I think now, the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. Naruhodo. Oh, Professor! Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Suzusa. Went out to dinner. She took a carriage. About an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, see. I want to thank you for what you just did earlier. Oh? Vias, I mean. When the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Van Zeeks. My mind many years ago, never to tell her who her real father was. What was agreed with Genshin after all. Final wishes before he died. You mean? Yes. It takes some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know? Back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? Suzuka sounds followed by a final days in London. My heart nearly stopped. Of course, the crux of that terrible case. The dog's collar. The Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. Investigate that insignia. Sooner or later, you'd have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. Works is though know the unpublished story as well. I have written based on my notes from the time. Ah yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. So how did you come to write the Hound of the Baskervilles? Fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge piece of a dog being used as a murder weapon. The Baskerville family emblem around its neck. There's 2 clues. I feared you and Cicero might arrive at the truth. This story about having collapsed to justify her, and leaving London and returning to Japan at once. Only if halting any investigation you and she might have been contemplating. I see. You're an idiot. Stood. Why is this sunken cross-set manuscript in Japan, though? You know, I assist the Hound of Baskerville story. I mean... To me, that was before Suzuka left Japan. Troubled about what should be done about it, you see. Read it and carelessly left it on my desk. Where Suzuka came across it, of course. Ah! The Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. When I discovered the young artist had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. We discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. It did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father. That's right. It told me how astute she become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion is somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for us to know the truth. When it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. Thanks to two. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something, too. From that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning in the future to Japan. I'm quite sure. I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. He's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Looking student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Back now, when I first arrived here in February. My becoming a lord just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Suzusa-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. The best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of the seed of doubt inside of me. Until today. In that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. The only focus, I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. At the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. Ba-bum. Offensive, yeah? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back to the future Japan as. That's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. That sounds like you've made quite a decision there. I have! Very well done. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. Arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. The synopsis having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind. Sure there'll be another opportunity in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. Suzuto-san? I just wanted to let you know that I'm back. Did you overhear all that, or what? Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help, but... No. Oh, what did you hear? Well... the part about our real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So you made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Ah, yes, I'm sorry. We should consult you about it. Didn't want to earlier this evening, actually. It already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. You know that's what you decide, Naruhodo-san. You did? Brah. Can the case be over soon? Suzuto-san? Ah, yes? Suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. You suppose? It'll be a great help to Cosmo going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer. He's new to the British courtroom. He'd benefit greatly from our judicial system by an aside. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. Ask her to come with me. Or all. She was always supposed to be written as Cosmo's assistant. Growing late. You should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yes, you're right. We're retired. Let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. If you ask me, Anyone who thinks if he is a substitute or locum should be ashamed of themselves.
Suda-san.
Thank you. The ending is taking forever. I want to get to the credits so I can just wrap it up. Wrap up the feelings. Everything has been cleaned up. Cleanly. 7th of November, 5:42 a.m. Port of Dover. Wayside. I believe this day's finally come. Really leaving then, Ryuno? Afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. What'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea? Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course. I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. Oh, at least felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, something to be said for it. Having a little fun and once in a while. Just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Yeah, Iris, you do that.
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Nani?
Ryunoske.
Kazuma!
Kazuma!
What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Great.
I see.
I don't need to read anymore. We've switched to voice acting.
Actually, Ryunoske, I have a favor to ask.
Oh, great.
Name it.
One more favor. The sword!
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me. Until the end of my days.
Damn.
While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Happily.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always.
Such a shame there isn't another game in this series.
Until we meet again then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? the path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunoske.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba?
Yeah, I can't do Japanese names.
So, you'd go with Ryunoske back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
These guys are idiots. Just saying. All of these people are idiots.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me. Ah!
Naruhodo.
What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Ryuno! Your ship's about to leave!
Is that really Arwis's voice? Yeesh.
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunoske.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
I'm leaving out a play just for one last...
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await, as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Shame Karma didn't get reforged with its tip and fixed. But, you know, that's kind of nice to see.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunoske.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude.
Shut up.
Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Gee.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
As if that wouldn't be the opening case to another TGAA
Let us
games.
conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
And with that, game
A peculiar twist of fate
over.
brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
game complete.
With our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes' face was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
Oh, that's awesome. Let's see the real Iris.
So, I do just that.
Hi, Sicko. You're here at the end of the game.
And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
Objection!
Until we meet again, Runo.
It feels so real to reach the credits, by the way, chat. We are done. I've been fairly inebriated for inquiries about reverse photographs since that day. No purveyor of electrical goods, and what is the promised close court secrecy? Anyway, I have to decide an absence for one is in order. Sojourn in distant climes. About Japan, perhaps. Understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. I have reading to do in these parts of the credits. Help me. I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. Just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." But it made Hurley cry. I gave him some lotion I invented as well. Dye his hair real cheaply. But he said that might make him cry too, so I'd rather not use it. That's just adorable. Iris, you are the best little girl. You are too pure for this world. In those days, when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. This that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future. Even though you still have your vampire bats. Brother. The boss left a note for me, you know, and I can read every letter now. A to Z, the old lot. It's cleared a lot of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby here are gonna keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before you know. Oh, Gina. You are too good for this little world.
Gina. Truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. Might be a diver at heart. It's a good heart. You remind me more than I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before I start to London town for the foreseeable. And then, I've got to complete your education in the art of diction a la Gregson, as they say. Gregson, you're an idiot. Your Excellency, this man is a case of legal injury to the offices of Minister of Foreign Affairs. Objection! A bleak overstatement! Overruled! This minister has been detained but anyway! Who is this catfish cast for defense? And more than an injury to the courtroom! Oh really? My friend's assistant is British courtroom thing, doing a wonderful job! Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team. Did you really hire Ray and not Sue May as your legal team? Hosanaga, you're an idiot. Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filling corpses? Yes, they are. Fish corpses, on the whole. I'd like to know my own filling skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama? No, screw with Gory. Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No. And I'm glad. Gory is kind of a creep and weirdo, but I like her. Are we transitioning to regular credits now? Hairbrain! Here I am again, written on the invitation of my dear old great university friend. Sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I'm so excited I picked up the Splendid Hotel. Now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Barak, can I ask you again, please? I wish I could just manage to fit there sometimes. Oh, Albert Hairbrain, you're an idiot. When I went to make the waxwork confession into killing the cemetery, I realized what had happened. Even the witness stand of the highest court in the land could never speak of it. Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reduction of the visage, there is nothing me two spells would not do. By the way, this theme is a baller. Hee, everyone calls me Gossip. Such a little Tibbets of Asamas, you know. Hee, everyone calls me a Bebo, and I said the spaghetti is more red than my hair. Hee, everyone, they call me. None. I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, Daily, how charming. Made lots of new friends here, I see. Yes, released. We're all gonna strike it rich together. Those three are idiots. I love little Papillo still eating his spaghetti there. I was accepted on the foreign study tour. Knew exactly what path I had to take. I've written my have ended. Knew that I wanted. You dared to see it. Up in the dock. There's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karuma in your care.
Made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest as fast as you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing a new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say. She said the thing! She said it! She said it! One final picture. Hey, Wakai is still there. Oh, that's adorable. Cat. And ladies and gentlemen, that is that. We now enter the final credits, where I finally get to say my final thoughts. Holy freaking crap. This game was amazing. There was a few occasions where there was some things happening. And I got very lost along the way. But I kinda don't care because I was enjoying myself, nonetheless. That won't really be another Ace Attorney experience, quite like TGAA. Because of the way the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles was built, we won't ever get a game like it again. Oh, look at Shamspear doing the Shamspear dance. Hi, Natsume. Mr. Jojo Pose himself. Hey, Dreamer. One of the coolest villains in this game, just from his animations alone. Siphon Gory. Why does Gory still have that? Hey, Hairbrain. Hey, Van Zeeks. All three of you idiots. One of whom was Daily Vigil. The entire time. That was a complicated twist of fate. Those two red-headed idiots. This game has been great. I can only say that I wish we got to do more in it, you know? Gina! Toby! Oh, they just... Sholmes just disappeared so he could join Professor Mikatoba in the tap dancing. That's hilarious. I also can't believe that the Japanese judge was, like, evil the entire time. Like, Strongheart's evilness is pretty on his face. Hey, Sholmes. Hey, the blade is reforged in this cutscene. That's inconsistent. Objection! I can't believe I just shouted objection at the computer screen. Well, chat, join me next time on the next adventure of Ryunoske Naruhodo, because believe it or not, we are still not done with his adventures quite yet. And now the game ends. Great Ace Attorney 2, Resolve. Fiend. Game complete. Will there ever be another The Great Ace Attorney? I don't know. Arisen Resolve has been complete. That is every case in the game done. Thank you all so much for joining me. 8-hour stream as we finished everything. I will see you next time.